Hello friends. Is this working? It's been a hot minute since I've even streamed it all, so. Oh. Gotta turn the camera on. That would help just a bit. What's up, folks? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, good time, good year. Good. I ordered an XT3 off of KEH. It's coming tomorrow. Awesome. Pairing it with the XT4. Yeah, that's a good combination. I love the XT3, y'all. People like be hating. They're like, oh, I just got an XT3. XT3 is still my go-to camera. Like, it's my main wedding photography camera. The XT4 is mainly my video camera, so. Hey, John. It's good to have you back on stream. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Bad habit. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, this is a birthday stream too. I forgot, y'all. I'm getting old. It's happening. We got Germany in the house. Changing to 1080 so my M1 Mac can keep up with the stream. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm over here like streaming at 1440p. I'm sorry that I want to be extra. Again, I'm on the M1 Max too, so like, it's actually surprising to me how much this computer can handle the stream and also editing at the same time. Good morning from Houston. Houston in the house. Already 30? Oh yeah, I'm way past 30. Not way past it, but yes, I have crossed into the 30. Oh no! Jesse again with the super chat. Thank you so much, always. Good morning from Sacramento. Oh yeah, y'all just woke up. What time is it? Oh no, it's like 8 in the morning. Coffee and a pastry times 2, yeah. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. We got Albany in the house. Actually, I'm approaching 40. I'm not there yet, but everyone's always surprised when I tell them that too. I'll be somewhere talking to someone, I'm like, yeah, I got 4 kids, and they're like, what? How old are you? I'm like, yeah, I'm almost 40. They're like, what? I thought you were like 20 something. It's like, no, I just age beautifully. Look at my skin. Colorado in the house. Hello. We got PA. Yo, the places in Philly I've gone are just so nice. I'm always like, it's so nice here. North Carolina in the house. North Carolina. And everyone takes their shirts off. We don't do that. We don't do that. Yo, how about that? Everyone's freaking out about the snow here in North Carolina. Like, oh God, it's gonna snow. We got like a dusting. And I was like, y'all know it don't snow in North Carolina like that. You gotta go out to the mountains or something. You know, like, it ain't snowing like that in the Raleigh-Durham area. It's not going to. Calm down. Like, oh, winter storm warning. Thanks for you helping me in my confidence, capture my first interracial wedding. Yeah, let's go. We got Portugal in the house. We got Canada in the house, Connecticut. Yeah, see, so I lived in Boston for like 6 years. And then I lived in New York/New Jersey for another like 10. Like, I know snow, you know, like, and so I'm from here. So it's just funny to me being from North Carolina and then moving away to where it actually snows and then moving back and then watch everyone be like, oh, a storm's coming through. It's not going to snow. Like, not saying that's never happened, but it's so rare down here. Like, y'all calm down. Ain't gonna snow. I can remember when I first moved to Boston and it would be like a whole like, oh, Phil, thank you so much. Thank you for the birthday super chat. Yay. But yeah, I can remember moving to Boston when I first got up there and they'd be like, oh yeah, a blizzard's coming through. And I'd be like, great, I don't have to go to school because I was in college at the time. It's like, oh, nope. It'd be like 12 plus inches. And they're like, everything's still running like normally. And I'm like, what is this? I'm from North Carolina where it snows 2 inches and it shuts down the whole town. I was like, how's everything still running with like 18 inches of snow? And they're just like, yeah, The streets are good. We're all good. And I'm just like, I didn't even have snow boots. You know, snow then, and it's amazing how many New Englanders still can't drive in it. I mean, yeah, yeah. They have it every year too, and they just can't drive in it. Here in Florida, it's 37. Whoa, that's cold in Florida. So my aunt lived down in Miami for a while, and then when she moved back to North Carolina, it'd be like 50 degrees, and she's in like a full-on winter coat, and I'm like, what? It's not even that cold. Will this be re-uploaded once the stream ends? It will. It will be live on the channel. But let's not waste any more time. Let's get here for the main event. The thing that y'all wanted to see in the first place, which is editing some of y'all's photos. And again, my chat bot should be throwing it in the chat, but you'll see a link pop up for a submission. So if you haven't submitted a photo and you want to, submissions are open until 1 p.m. But after that, I'm not taking any more because I can't sit here and edit all day. I got 4 kids, you know, and it's like my birthday weekend. I got other things I got to do. But I do love spending my time with y'all and editing your photos. I looked through some of these photos real quick, y'all. There's some dope submissions. There's a couple I really like. And one thing I want to start doing as well is I want to take like my favorite photo from a stream and use that as the thumbnail picture for the next stream. And then I'll feature you in there and put a link to your Instagram or something like in the description of the video. So I want to start doing that. So make sure you're titling your photos with like your name or something so I can get in contact with you, so I can put that in the actual thumbnail of my next stream. And hopefully this year I'm going to try my best to do a stream once a month. We'll see how that goes, but I really enjoyed doing it last year, and I did, I think, 6-ish months or so. So yeah, we'll try and keep doing that. But yeah, if you see the link come up in there, you know, click on it if you haven't submitted. Only raw photos. If you submitted a JPEG or if you submit a JPEG, I'm not editing it. I only want raw photos. Camera system, all that doesn't matter, but they need to be raw photos. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into some of these. And I think everything is edited or sorted by capture time. As y'all already know, I'm gonna be using the Natural Fields preset. That's my go-to. These are the Natural Fields presets. I just have them named differently because that's how I originally had them before I converted them into the preset pack. But again, y'all can pick that up if you want to. If my chat bot is working, I should be able to do that and it should work, but we'll see. Bad Habit, thank you so much. Thank you for that super chat. Can't believe you used to live in Boston. Wish I met you while I was here. Oh yeah, Mass was cool. That's where I met my wife actually. So yeah, I was up there for a hot minute. Well, we got a good old Canon camera. What is this? What camera is this? EOS Rebel T6i. Oh look, it actually worked. The bot is kind of slow, but it works. Dope photo, I like this. What's this with a wide lens? Yeah, 18 mil. I kind of like portraits with wide lenses like this up close. Sorry I'm late, just finished a meeting. Oh, Javi, I know earlier you were talking about submitting. I reopened up this submitting, so get that link up in there. Actually, do I still have it copied? I do. There's the link if you want to submit. It's open until 1 p.m. Having trouble with Natural Fields for Capture One. Yeah, Natural Fields for Capture One has been half and half. If you emailed, please email me about it and I'll check into that for you. I was worried if it wasn't gonna work at all, but. Oh, you're using it for Sony? Yeah, that's why I titled it for Fujifilm. So I made a version for each camera system, but I just haven't released the other camera systems yet. Fujifilm was the only one that I was like confident on. So the one that's out right now is only for Fujifilm. Any specific theme? Not at all, just safe for work. The only theme is safe for work. No nudity, no craziness. So I feel like this is gonna look really good in black and white. but I'm gonna do it color to start out. The only thing I can say, I'm gonna give some small feedback on stuff too. Not anything crazy, but just like a little bit of feedback. Have you tested a 90? Yeah, I own a 90 f2. I like it. I don't like shooting super long, so it's a great lens. I just don't shoot long. So for me, I don't use it very often. So for this is another one of those photos where like, this would have been a great and dope shot, but the settings were all wonko for like no reason. So because of that, the photo's like super grainy, which can work for the style. It gives it almost like a film look, but it didn't have to be like that. Like, obviously it was daytime. ISO didn't need to be at 1600 with your shutter at 4000. So ISO could have dropped way down, shutter could have dropped way down. You would have been fine. Oh dang, my mistake. I watched your video and rushed to buy it. Yeah, oh, I appreciate that you were so excited about it. But still, so if that's the case, either way, like email me and be like, hey, I bought this and I didn't realize it wasn't for Sony, and I'll refund you. Like, that's no problem. My wife was just like, yeah, I'm not 40 yet, but I'm almost there. I'm like 3 years away from 40, something like that, in that range. Let's make a black and white of this. I feel like the white balance is a little... But yeah, I love this shot. It's just the settings don't make sense, and it would have been a cleaner photo if it were actually the settings were right. Oh, thank you so much, LS Photography. Thank you again for your knowledge and taking the time to stream and critique our photos. Thank you so much. Yay! Yeah, I like this better in black and white. What do y'all think? Black and white or color? Yeah, black and white's hitting. Black and white is hitting. I've been wanting to switch from Sony to Fujifilm, but I've been concerned about Fuji RAW files in Adobe Lightroom, Photoshop. I don't necessarily want to go to Capture One. I think it's fine. Everyone, oh, Capture One's better for Fujifilm. I'm a wedding photographer. I have been shooting on Fujifilm at weddings for like 4 to 5 years now. I just won the Rising Tide 30 Rising, not Rising Tide, the WPPI rangefinder 30 Rising Stars with a Fujifilm camera, and I only edit in Lightroom. So like, it's fine. I think it's fine. And some people submitted some RAW files in here too. So we'll look at those and that'll give you a better idea about how Fujifilm works. Black and white is solid. Color but dual tone. Black and white adds the emotion. Yeah, black and white, I'm feeling black and white. Desaturate and split tone. Man, I don't get into all that stuff, but it probably would be cool. Oh my goodness, I'm loving Pick Time. Thank you for your rec. Your content is awesome. Thank you so much, Roy. Thank you for that super chat. Let me not get distracted. Let's keep editing. This is a beautiful photo. Is that horizon crooked? Am I crazy? I feel like it should sit like this, right? Oh, so here's the exact point. This is what I was talking about. So you're saying you're worried to move from Sony to Fujifilm and use Lightroom. So here's a RAW file. Let's see. This is a Fujifilm X-E2S, which I'm not even familiar with that camera. We're using the 23 f2, but I think, is this a fixed lens? ISO is 200, so ISO is nice and low. At f2.8 to make sure it's clean. And like, the file looks fine, you know what I'm saying? I don't see anything to be concerned about. I don't know why people, and I mean, okay, yeah. The biggest thing is that Fujifilm files get warming or whatever. And so what people are talking about with that is that if I turn up the sharpening, and it's already kind of there, but if I turn it up, do you see how it doesn't just look like noise? It gets this weird like warming. It looks like a bunch of little worms everywhere. So that's why everyone's always like, oh, you can't use Lightroom, but that's not true. If you turn down the details, it basically goes away. You know, and then I could turn up my masking, I could turn up my radius, and I can still get a sharper photo. So you see it's sharp there. Now what I personally do is I actually turn sharpening off and I sharpen the JPEG in a different program. And that's how I get my photos so crispy. Is this guy losing his hair? I noticed this when I was editing because it's so flat, it's just like obvious. I guess that's just, it just seems like his hair should have stayed like this up through the back, but it's just like, pwant. So natural feels, oh, here we go. We're going to select subject because it's gotten so good. And we're gonna raise the shadows on them because they're backlit, not too much though. And then now we can go and affect the whole photo. Let's do that again. We'll create a new mask. We'll select the sky this time. There it goes. Got a bit of the mountains. How do we, there we go, subtract with a brush. I mean, I guess you kind of need the edge of the mountains so that it looks natural for the lighting. All right, so now I'm going to pull back the exposure in the sky just a tad, pull them highlights down. Maybe we'll turn the contrast up a bit. And then I can raise the exposure on the whole thing. Ta-da! They're a little orange. So I'm gonna pull back the orange and the HSL a bit. Yeah. Oh, you know, so I'm thinking about doing a course on Lightroom to get people started in Lightroom and understanding what they're doing. Y'all let me know if you'd be interested in that, because I really want to start doing stuff like that. I use X-T3 and GFX 50S. I have no issues with Lightroom files. Nowadays, concerns with Fuji and Lightroom are blown out of proportion. Yeah, they really are. Like, you can use Lightroom. You just have to know how to use it. It's fine. I just submitted a photo. Super excited about the stream. Awesome. He seems to be an Asian like me, flathead in our stroke. We all have something. Yeah, because that's what I was just noting. It stood out to me. Like, I almost thought there was something going on with the photo at first. Would be interested in a Lightroom video. Because, yeah, I want to go into, like, the whole process. Here we go with a Sony file. Beautiful bridal shot. Horizon's kind of crooked. Actually, is it crooked? What's happening here? I'm confused. I guess this is straight. Maybe it was straight and I'm an idiot. Everything looks crooked. Ah! If you've been around the stream long enough, y'all know I hate Dutch tilts. I hate it with a passion. Yeah, it's something about this angle and the horizon that I can't tell what flat is anymore. I think this is it. What shortcuts you use for the sliders? There's not a shortcut. When you hover over any of the sliders, you can use up and down on your keyboard. And it goes up in increments of 5, I think. Let's see how, this is gonna be another rough one too. Ooh, that white balance. Oh no. Mainly because there's no light. This is a natural light photo, but it was mad dark and she's backlit. So I'm gonna raise exposure a bit to start. I'm gonna make sure this is on auto. I'm going to, the white balance just feels totally off. So it's not warm enough. It's not magenta enough, but now it's too magenta, and I think that's actually mainly just the colors itself. So I might, I wonder if I change. No, it doesn't make a difference. It used to be a beauty standard for older families, and they will put their kids to sleep with a flat head. Huh? I didn't know that. I'm still having a hard time nailing shots, doing the walking shots with continuous focus and zone. Do you also have face detect? I don't. The biggest part when you're doing when you're doing continuous is your settings have to be on. Like, you have to make sure that your shutter speed is at the right place, because if not, everything's gonna be blurry. So we're gonna pull these shadows up on her quite a bit because she's backlit. I might throw a dash of exposure in there, but I don't want too much because it's gonna start looking fake. Turn the highlights down a bit. But yeah, these shots, again, I don't do a lot of off-camera flash, but these are the type of photos where it kind of has to be off-camera flash. Like, if your goal was to capture the sunset in the background and also have your subject be lit, you have to... Uh-oh, what's wrong with my mouse? Ah! But you have to use flash. There's no other option. Because without flash, the photo is just going to be overexposed. Like, you lose the drama of this background. The only other option would be to do like a high dynamic range and then merge it together. The shot is straight to the subject but crooked to the horizon. Yeah, I'm having a hard time. It's also like, it's at an angle, so this is probably straight, but because the like Z axis is weird, it like the whole thing is weirding me out. Hey John, this is my first time catching a stream. Hey, welcome to the stream. You're doing a submit soon, right? You can submit now. I have submission. I'll be checking the submissions after I go through this first set. This man's the reason I purchased an XT3. Oh, hype. So like, this looks like it was lit with a flash. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Because now what happens when I edit this is I'm not gonna lose the sky as much because she has some lighting on her. This is a great shot as well. The lighting on this first photo is really good. And so if I wanted to, like, I can overexpose for her a little and then go back and select the sky and, you know, drop the exposure in the sky just a little bit to keep the drama in there. Just a tad. Not a submit, a summit, like a conference. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be speaking at WPPI. Is that cropped? Oh. Yo, why do photos come in like this sometimes? I didn't even notice. There it goes. I like that better. It was a little too tight. How good. Such a good shot. The new subject selecting that Lightroom does is, yeah, it's insanity. It's so good too. It's like always on. So here's a photo from the same set. Yo, look at that dynamic range. What camera is this? EOS 77D. So again, y'all, here's proof. Everyone always comes in here, what's the best camera? What should I get? The 77D, is that old? How old is that? Let's look it up. Canon 77D. Oh, maybe it's not that old. This thing's still $1,000. Does it say when it was released? 77D. Is it a crop sensor? Is it full frame? What is this? Specifications. Oh yeah, it's a crop sensor. See, this looks great. You gotta have full frame. This thing looks good. This photo looks great. This last photo was the same camera, I'm assuming. Right? Yeah, 77D. Look at this thing. Might add some more magenta. I need magenta. Look at this photo. Don't tell me crop sensor doesn't look good. You need a full frame. This looks great. And you know why? Because the photographer knows what they're doing. Look at these settings. 5.6, nice and sharp. 100 ISO. Best like resolution you can get. And I'm assuming they're using flash, or they're using probably high speed sync. But again, that's what it takes. Not the camera. Sorry, full frame rocks. I mean, it's just, again, I don't care what anyone uses. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of people get into photography new and they think things have to be a certain way because that's what everyone tells them. And there's no why. Like, why do I need to use full frame? It's always just like, get a full frame. It's going to be the better choice. I want to get into weddings. Do you have a full frame camera? Well, no. Well, it doesn't matter. They can do it if they can take good photos. But people always run up on everyone. Oh, you can't do that with a crop sensor. Not true. If you're a good photographer, you can do it. It's okay. These last two photos were a little dark. And the lighting wasn't as like good and dynamic. So this was this one's cropped too. Are these all cropped like that? They were all really good sets of photos, but that first one was hitting. Oh, there's 4 photos? Too many submissions. But you know, this one is great. The lighting is great. It's that off-camera flash got this shot popping. This one also has it as well. We got Switzerland in the house. What computer are you using? This is the MacBook Pro 14-inch M1 Max. Maxed all the way out. But see, when you're shooting at ISO 100 and you got the lighting good, like, you see how I'm just jumping in the photo and turning up the exposure and it's like fine? Why people sub-expose most all photos, most the censored. Yeah, I mean, I like to get a correct exposure. These were pretty underexposed. This one wasn't so bad. It is underexposed, but again, at ISO 100, it's fine. Also, that saved the sky a little bit more. Is this straight? Why did Lightroom... Great submissions. Which preset pack should I buy for a Sony system? Also, I'm assuming your presets look on the darker skin tones. Yes, they do look good on darker skin tones. The Natural Fields preset pack is for all cameras. Why is everything coming in cropped like that? I don't understand. Is that a Sony thing? That's just what Sony does? Does Sony in the camera crop it so that you don't mess up and you have extra space? Oh my goodness. We need magenta. Man, I hate direct sunlight so much. It's just so contrasty for like, no, I'm not a fan. There's a time and place for it, but for the most part, I'd rather have a flat image. A lot of presets I bought seem to be turned for white people and looks for, I mean, yeah, it's brown skin is hard to edit for sometimes. And because of that, a lot of presets aren't really that great. I think my preset's good at it. It's what I use for all of my photos. So if you see any of my photos with brown folks in it and you're like, this looks good, then that's what you're gonna get as well. I'm not sure, but I hate that it does it. It seems like it's trying to save you from cutting your own photos off. A lot of my photos come up fine on the cam display, and then when I bring it into Lightroom, they're underexposed. Huh. Submitted two of the same file, one raw and the other edited. Cool. But yeah, the biggest thing to remember with the preset is you still have to edit the photo. A lot of people, they grab presets thinking that the preset is gonna like solve the problem. But even what you're seeing me doing here while I'm editing y'all's photos is I'm coming in and I'm changing the white balance and I'm getting it to look the way I want it to. I'm not just slapping the preset on. Now, if the photo looks good, like this looks great overall, everything looks good. So I should be able to just slap the preset on it and it be fine. But I still have to, you know, like I want it to be a little bit more magenta because I like magenta. Maybe cool it down a tad, work on the exposure and the shadows. You know, like I'm still in here editing the photo. So don't think you can buy a preset and just be like, slap, there it is, it's great. Like that's just not, that's not how it works. Is this one cropped? Yeah, it's only the Sony photos. This is a cute photo. It looks like someone was second shooting. I can't really tell. Where do I go to buy your presets? I think, let's see if it works. There's a setting you can adjust and crop in camera settings. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Sony has a feature where you can like save yourself basically. Y'all, this is probably my favorite shot so far in the whole of everything. This is such a good shot. It's also, this is why you shoot wide. Everyone always wants to get like a long lens and stand back and shoot things from a distance and all that stuff, but you don't get shots like this when you're shooting wide. This tells such a story. Like there's so much happening here. It is so good. So basically this person, this is a Fujifilm camera. So what is this? This is an X-T2. So again, y'all, it doesn't matter what camera you have, they're capable. And they're shooting with the 16mm f1.4. So basically it's like a 24 on a full frame. So the photographer's all up in this. And it looks like, I didn't notice at first because it looks like he's just dancing. But when you actually look, you see that they're playing some of those like wedding games. So he has like the little box and it has the ping pongs in it and you're supposed to get the balls out. You know what I'm saying? So it tells such a story. Everyone's laughing. Everyone's taking videos of it. It's such a good photo. There's so much happening. So good. That's why you shoot wide, y'all. Everyone wants to shoot like long and stay away from the action, but you're not gonna get fun shots like this unless you shoot wide. What do you think about the XH1? I've never used it, so I don't really have too many thoughts on it. Minute to win it games. Yeah, it's fun stuff. Do it around a cocktail hour. X-T2 is fire. I mean, yeah, X-T2 was my introduction to Fujifilm. That was my first camera. I love that thing. Some of my favorite shots are X-T2 photos. Oh, wait. No, I thought this was a venue I knew. I was like, wait, I know where that is. But there's probably a bunch of venues that look like that. Good old Canon. Just got a Canon RP as a secondary. What are your thoughts on it? I've never used it, so I don't know much about it. But again, like I was saying, you know, most cameras nowadays are good. It's Cameras are capable. They're good. It's more so about you, the photographer. Like, are you able to use it? Does it feel good to use? Those are the things that matter. Like, again, y'all saw this photo here. This was with a Canon 77D. Crop sensor Canon. Old crop sensor Canon. Like, you don't need the newest and latest. It's not gonna make your photos any better. That's the truth of photography. And I know I rant a lot on here because everyone always be asking me, what's a better camera? It's any camera's good as long as you know how to use it. Oh, here we go with the Wide Shot Wednesday. Oh no, this white balance. So when the white balance is that bad, I'll usually start out with trying the auto and see if Lightroom knows what it's doing. And it didn't. So what my eye is seeing is that there's not enough magenta at all. Everything was very green. And you should be able to, as a photographer, if you're always, oh, I don't know how to do white balance, you should be able to see it. And most of it's gonna be based off of skin tones. So if the skin tones look wrong, then your white balance is wrong. So while I'm making these adjustments, I'm looking at the whole scene, but I'm also mainly paying attention to how their skin looks. Do I need to dehaze this? Yeah, I'm looking to like the tones of the green. And again, I lean towards a more magenta edit. That's just me. But it looks like, have you ever seen it's like something in my throat. Have you ever seen when someone maybe like touched the lens by accident and left like a fingerprint mark? And so everything gets all like soft. That's what it looks like happened in this photo. Also, in this case for Wide Shot Wednesday, the photographer should have stopped down. Because f1.8 for a shot this wide is pointless. Also, the ISO is way too high. I mean, it was dark, it looks like, because these clouds, but at 500, you could have dropped this down to 250 and then lowered the ISO some, and then maybe stop down just a little bit. True, my eye already sees it. Yeah, you should be able to immediately be like, this white balance is jank. Unfortunately, too many new photographers think you need the latest, greatest, and most expensive. That's how I was. And see, the problem, the reason that is for the same thing I was talking about with the whole full frame argument. It's not that other photographers are educating photographers from an actual education place of understanding of like, these are the differences between crop and full frame. These are the pros and cons, and then choose what you want, but you can do whatever with whatever. It's all these photographers run around saying you can't do X with whatever, and you can't do this with that, and you have to have this for that. Because of that, that's why newer photographers always harp so much on the cameras, because that's what it sounds like the pros are doing. And it's like, no, a real pro can use near any camera and get great results. Now, are some of the getting some of the results, is it a little bit easier depending on what camera you use? Yes. But as someone who's new, you're not even going to be able to tell the difference because you don't even know what you're doing. But no one talks about that. This is way too green, which makes sense because it's getting all this fall off from all this green here. So we're going to bump that magenta and see how the skin tones feel so much better now. Warm it. Oh, nope. It doesn't need to be warmed up. It was good where it was. It just needed magenta. So again, you see me raising the exposure, but I don't want to just raise the exposure. I'm going to add some shadow. I'm going to raise the shadows, but again, I don't want to raise the shadows too much, so I'm going to go select my subject. Ah, it's so good. How is it so good? I'm going to raise the shadows on them alone. Just a bit. So then I can raise the shadows on the whole picture a tad. Actually, it was too much. I messed up. It's too much. They're like standing out too much now. Y'all over here chatting it up. Oh my goodness, I can't even catch up with the chat. Tell it how it is. The only thing you have to focus on with older cameras is shooting your frame properly. You lose a lot. Crop, yeah, exactly. And that's the biggest thing. That's one of the biggest differences. That's the real biggest difference between a crop sensor and a full frame is you have less room to crop. So like on a crop sensor, if you're not getting your photo right and it's not straight, you messed up because you can't be cropping in on those photos and trying to print. It just doesn't work. Whereas a full frame, you have more flexibility. With a medium format, you have even more flexibility. So like the low light performance, yeah, okay, it's a little bit better. But again, like it's rare that you're in a situation where it's that dark. You know, it can happen, but I've been shooting weddings for like 8 years. And it's been rare that I've been in a situation where I was like, oh, I wish I had a full frame because it's dark. Using X100F, past 2 years, loving it. Looking to upgrade to an interchangeable lens. XT3, XT4, X Pro. I personally am a fan of the XT3. You also can save money that way as well. So I think it's a great choice. If you plan on doing any video though, the XT4 is a better choice. Just because it has the IBIS. But if you're mainly stills, I say grab the XT3. Went into RP a few times and loved it. Was being dissed all around. My primary is a 60 Mark II. I love it. Wait, why is everyone hating on the RP? I think it all depends on your photo field. I mean, yeah, it depends on the field to a degree, but again, it's like few and far between. Oh my goodness, what is in my throat? Like, I really don't think it makes that big of a difference. And people will argue it back and forth. So I'm not even picking a side. I'm just being like, y'all, it's not even that big of a deal. If you take great photos, you take great photos. Like this. It's only small. There's only small places where that stuff matters that heavily. You know, like if you're shooting for commercial work for print, yes, you probably need a medium format. Probably, not always, but it would be helpful, I'm sure. Oh my goodness, this white balance. So I used auto white balance to get me to a nice little point and then kind of work from there. This is a 35-1.4, everyone's favorite Fuji lens. As long as your photos are in focus, most of the magic is in Lightroom. I mean, that's true too. Full frame has APS-C mode. Very true. Very true. But then again, at that point, I feel like I don't really see the point. Wow. It's Thanks, same here. Not a fan of the XT4 screen. Yeah. I hope, like, whatever camera they make next, I hope that they have one that's not, it just has the tilt screen, not the flip screen. Because, like, is this cropped? It shouldn't be, but it is. Look at that. I'm gonna, Javi and Eve, I'm gonna have to hire you to check all my photos and make sure they're not cropped. This is a great photo too. You know, I'm gonna 5-star the photos I really like as I'm going. So far it was this one, which now that I'm looking at this again, I think I need to warm it up a tad. Good old Nikon. This was a great shot. But again, okay, so here's another argument. People always say that in my weddings, everything's a little bit too staged. But like, you don't get shots like this if it's not staged to a degree. Like, two things either happen here. The photographer told all the bridesmaids to wait here, and then the bride walked over, or the bride was here and the bridesmaids came over. There's no way this naturally happened. There's not. But it's such a great shot. The emotion of the shot and everything is there. That's all you need. So if this were my picture, first off, I don't do it often, but sometimes stuff be distracting. So like, there's no point in having that there. Hold up. That line was off. Oh, it's still off. There, that's better. I'm not a fan of this, but I might leave it there because it's just a part of the photo. Obviously, you can crop in a little bit too. The orange is too heavy. The magenta is, for once, a little too heavy. Even though I love magenta a little too much. I hope they got two routes. Have one that's aimed at a photographer and one aimed at the videographer. No one's gonna say, let's go into the room, to the restroom, and genuinely be surprised. Most certainly staged. I also got rid of the light switch. Yeah, the light switch was just an eyesore. Even this thing on the window is kind of, but that to me, that's starting to get too extra. I tend to not do that. Let's see if we can do it in Lightroom alone. If Lightroom can pull it off, then it's fine. But if not, I'm not even gonna deal with it. Yeah, no, Lightroom's not gonna be able to do that. Yeah, Photoshop probably could, but yeah, so many people, like, they'll turn around and be like, your photos are too staged, and then they'll see something like this and be like, oh, that's such a beautiful shot. Yes, because it was staged. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's going to be a mixture in a wedding day of some staged stuff and some 1000% candid, but the point is getting across the feeling of the day. That's, you want to capture the feeling. That's the real point. And as long as it's not so staged that it feels totally fake, the only people who really knew what happened at this moment are the people in the photo. Everyone else, no one else is going to do that. Because that's the biggest thing. That's social media. Social media is that. Half everything you see on there is staged. So looking at me and being like, oh, everything at your wedding day is staged. Well, yeah, most media you consume is staged. It's rare that the stuff is real. Something was edited or something was planned. Something was not real about it. So unless you were there and it just happened, something about it was staged. And that's life. But you see that, y'all? When the photo looks good, the edit doesn't change much. It's like a little bit more contrasty, and that's about it. Got rid of this eyesore. You're creating an image. A lot more images are created than people think. Exactly. That's what most folks don't understand. Especially like starting photographers or even people getting into weddings. They just think you're supposed to show up and you grab these amazing photos, but all the photographers you see who are like the top photographers and they have such amazing portfolios is because their photos are created. They were staged. Doesn't mean they were totally fake, but you have to direct it. When you as the creative want something, you have to direct it. Because if not, it's not going to happen. It's just that simple. It won't happen. Things don't just happen. I made a video about that. Things just, they don't just happen. Oh wait, is this one cropped too? See, now I don't even know. I had a bridesmaid tell me, why do you need all of these Starbucks to be out of your way? Don't you shoot more naturally? It's like, yeah, I shoot naturally, but do you want Starbucks in the back of your photo? You know, like. John B, keeping it real always. I think you should put back the switch. I hate this. I hate switches. They're always in the way. They're always in the worst place. They take away from the scene. Beautiful shot. This looks like one of those, like, this was the only choice I had to take a photo, which I totally understand that. Like, the location doesn't totally make sense, but it looks fine. Watching from the Philippines. Welcome to the stream. What lens do you prefer starting with a wedding? So, yeah, maybe, you know, I should make a video about that. So I use 2 cameras. I shoot primes only, but at certain times of the day, I'm using a certain combination of lenses. So when it's the start of the wedding day, so when you're getting photos like these, start of the wedding day is always going to be a 35 and a 50. That's full frame equivalent. So Fujifilm, my actual lenses will be a 23 and a 35. But yeah, some kind of, yeah, you know what? I'm definitely gonna make a video about, let me write that down before I forget. That's a good video idea. So yeah, I usually start out with a 35 and a 50. And I think the majority of your getting ready photos should always be on a 35 and a 50. That's your safe space. Because usually when you're doing the getting ready portion of a wedding day, there's not a lot of space. So most of your photos are going to be on a 35. And then the 50 is just for any close-ups. So, oh no, I made a new, let me see if I can show y'all some examples. So here's a wedding I did recently where I was shooting with the Fujifilm GFX 100S. That was, I had 2 of them. It's totally crazy. I had a second photographer. She was shooting with an X-T3. So some of these shots are hers. But, so I started off the day and I had the GF45 and the GF80, which is basically a 35 and a 50. And so, like a shot like, I think that was my second, this was me, a shot like this, these are your 35 shots. They're like a little wide, they give some headroom, they give some context of what's happening. You know, you can capture everyone's faces and stuff. This is also 35. And then while you're taking those shots, you're also coupling them up with 50 mil shots, which this doesn't want to load for whatever reason. No, you're done. You can't load the photo. That's it. Oh no, that's still, it always separates my photos by yeah, so those are the 35 shots, and then you couple it up with 50 mil shots like this. Like anything close up like that will be your 50. Or you want your shot to be a little bit tighter, 50. That's my second again. You know, tighter shots like this, 50. All that stuff, So yeah, 35 and 50 is the way to go. Did you buy a second one? No, I didn't. I rented one. So I rented a second GFX and I did a full wedding on GFX only just to see how it would work out. And I recorded some behind the scenes footage of it too. So I have a full wedding day of me using only GFX cameras. I have a lot of thoughts on it. It was cool, but yeah, I'm not gonna buy another one. I have money, but I need to save money. I got 4 kids. And this is my boy Tim. I actually worked at Squarespace with him, so I know Tim personally. Good old Nikon. Put a little bit of just a little bit of magenta, probably crop in a tad. I love the background on the shot. Great photo. John, I gotta say the Brenizer technique saved me. I had to do a group photo. There were many people, but it was the only way I could. Yeah, I don't do that often because it's risky. Because if the computer can't combine the photo, it's scary. But it can come in handy in those cases. A GFX lens video would be cool. Not many out there with the GFX for weddings. What is the crop factor? It's like, there's not a crop factor. It's medium format, so everything's bigger. So, I mean, I guess it's, I don't know. So, a 45 is a 35 millimeter. My 80 is like a 50. The 110 is like an 85. So it's always like backwards. Which do you prefer, straight out of camera, XT3 or GFX1? You know, I've never tried straight out of camera, but I wanted to do a 50 f1 versus like the 80 1.7 or something. I'm waiting for it to get warmer so I can do actual photo shoots like that. Just, you know, crazy stuff for no reason at all. Okay, so this is not straight in the slightest. So this one I would probably do auto upright, because it's so crooked that I just can't take it. Also, they're like standing in front of this door. Like, I want it to be straight, you know? Even now, it's still like something's off. Oops. That's a little better. Let's not constrain the crop. And we can fill in that corner with Photoshop. Or actually, will Lightroom do it? It won't. Wow. That's Adobe's like, sorry, bro. You're gonna have to use Lightroom, or I mean Photoshop. How do you decide what's black and white versus color? Usually for me, it's a feeling. It's always like, I can just tell a photo feels like it should be black and white. So just so y'all can see the whole process, if this were my photo and I was doing the whole thing, so I would edit it to get it where I like it. What is this? Oh, I'm on the heal tool still. I was like, what? And then after I've done that, to fill in this corner, I would use Photoshop. So I would just right click it and edit in Photoshop. Oh, use the clone. You're probably right. But we'll just do the lazy. Bloop. Fill. Bloop. Ta-da! Like it never happened. And then just save it back to Lightroom. And that's all I use Photoshop for. I don't use Photoshop at all. A lot of people always ask me, they're like, oh, do you use Photoshop? No, I don't. That's the only thing I do. is just repair that stuff. This is a dope shot. I like the wideness of it. Yeah, that's, I would love to see photographers start shooting more wide. Because shooting super wide like this at 24, it just, everything becomes so much more dramatic. Hey John, which lens is best with the Brenizer effect? So really, technically, what's gonna give you a cooler Brenizer effect is a longer lens. Because the point of the Brenizer is to be able to get a wider shot, but still have a blown out background. So technically shooting at 50 is not really the best option for a Brenizer. You can do it, but you're just not gonna get the same effect. You need to shoot at like 85 or longer to really get the effect of a Brenizer. Here's a great shot. We got Sony, which means it's not gonna be very magenta heavy, I've found. I'm gonna turn the shadows down a tad. We're gonna subject select, and it's ridiculously good. Turn the shadows up on him alone just a bit, and then up the shadows of the whole thing so it still looks natural. Throw in some magenta, warm it up a tad, crop in a bit, boom. Ta-da! Will this be saved? Yes, this will be on the YouTube page. For me, the decision to make a photo black and white often comes down to whether I'm getting annoyed with the white balance. That's also another reason why I choose black and white. Yeah, those are the two options. Especially for wedding photography, it's either moody close-ups, it feels black and white, or the white balance is trash and I don't feel like dealing with it. Those are the three reasons why a photo becomes black and white. The worst is when you have a couple and so you made a photo black and white, and I always tell my couples, like, if there's a photo you really like and you want to see it in color, just let me know. The worst is when, like, it's a photo where the white balance was trash and they get back in touch with you and they're like, oh, can we see a color version of this? And you're like, the white balance. That subject select has got me reconsidering going to Lightroom. Yeah, the subject select, I would rarely do subject edits like that where I would like brighten up the shadows on just the subject. It was more rare, but now that it's so easy to do, I find myself doing it way more often. Just way more often, because it's so easy. Before it was like super annoying that I like couldn't do it. So I was just like, let me not subject select and I'll do what I can, but I'm gonna crop this and center them up just a bit more. This is a cute shot, I like this as well. Yeah, this looks good. Pull these shadows up a tad. Maybe a little, just a touch of magenta, and we'll also subject select. Look how good it is. It is always on. I'm just gonna pull their shadows up just a little bit on them. Pull the shadows down on the whole photo just a tad. Yeah. My black and white are just to save a pic, or I gotta repeat one. I usually say those are created by black and white and color info is missing. I do it manually in C1 and it's a time bummer. Oh yeah, I used to do it manually too, which is why, again, I didn't really do too many select subject type edits. This is a good one too. I'm gonna put this in my selects of photos. Oops. How cool. Okay, so let's get this horizon straight. Let's crop this in. So for me, personally, this shot is too wide. Just because, like, there's nothing happening. The couples, if you have a couple just standing here posing for the camera, your shot should not be this wide. Because you can barely even see their faces. So they need to be doing something. If they're, like, interacting with each other, or doing a wide shot Wednesday, as I call it, or something like that, it makes more sense. Because it's like them in motion with the surroundings. But a straight on, like here we are looking at the photo, I would want it like, not, you know, not super wide, but just a little bit wider, you know, like that maybe, or something. I wish people would be happy with the edited version. Yeah. I thought I was the only one who uses magenta slide often. No, I love magenta. I'm always turning up magenta, always. Always. That is like almost, it's almost wrong how often I'm turning up magenta. I just don't like green. I don't like it at all. Yeah, would be a good yeah, if you saw the photographer in this, this would be a great BTS shot. Bloop. Why, Lightroom? Come on. Come on, Lightroom. Oh, look, let's pull from this side so it doesn't look so obvious. Oh, no, can't do it. Ta-da! It's kind of noticeable, but it's good enough. That's also everyone's like, oh, Photoshop, you gotta use Photoshop. No, you can do simple healing stuff. You can do simple healing in Photoshop too, or in Lightroom. Like, you don't have to have Photoshop. It's possible. I just use the magenta slide because Fuji is kind of cool in color. Me neither. Green skin, yes. Green is just not the way. Magenta man. Like, really, I might do it. I might make a shirt or something, or like a bracelet. Or a lens wipe. Magenta man lens wipe. Cool shot. This is also wide, yeah, 35 mil. I like the trend of people starting to try and shoot wider for shots. For portraits and stuff. Let's see what's going on here. So first off, the white balance is all over the place. We'll see if Lightroom can fix it, and not really. So it needs to be much warmer. And just a touch of magenta. We're gonna subject select her, and we're gonna raise the shadows on her. I'm gonna raise the shadows kind of heavy, so that's too much. Can y'all tell that that's too much? But I'm gonna pull back the shadows on the whole photo. Or actually no, yeah, I'm gonna drop the exposure, raise the shadows. And since her shadows are raised, I won't have to raise the shadows that much. We'll also, let's see, the sky's blown out, but let's see what we can do with it. So we're gonna save it just a tad. Not too much, but yeah, it's totally blown out. And again, I'm not one of those people who like, I have to have the sky always. The sky's blown out. The photo's horrible. Like, I don't mind. Again, it's a part of natural light photography. That's just what it is. Let's bring these highlights back a little bit. The sky looks too, you can tell that the highlights are gone in the... That's a little better. The 50 f2 is my favorite, but I convinced my wife we should buy the new 33, so now I have to shoot with it. Yeah, that's what this is, the new 33 right here. The bokeh on that thing is ridiculous. When it like, everything's super creamy. I've used it a bit. I like it. I haven't used it enough though to like, you know how I'm always like, oh, the 35 f2 is my favorite. I don't use the 33 enough yet. Is shoot for the shadows still a thing? I've never heard that. Shoot for the shadows. I mean, it makes sense, because the reason you shoot for the shadows is so you don't blow them out, because if you blow out the shadows, you're not gaining that back. Cute shot. So see, this is what I was talking about with shooting wide. So like, this shot is great, but to me it's a little tight, and this angle at 85 is a little weird. So it's not horrible, but I would like to see that wider, especially at this angle. So we'll auto white balance just to see what Lightroom wants to do. And that was trash. Oh, but look what we're missing, y'all. Magenta! With not enough magenta, everything just looks so wrong. These are those hard situations to white balance though, because like it was so blue outside. This is when you need it to shoot in Kelvin. If it's looking that blue in the camera, you probably shouldn't have shot it. And you should have, you know, turned on Kelvin. Change this scene, clears the chat. I know, I noticed that actually. I didn't even know that'd be the case. Do you keep your dynamic range at 100% or do you keep it at 400? I usually keep it at 100. I'm actually not even totally sure what it changes by changing that. John, what do you think about the 18 f2? I have not used it yet, but I've heard amazing things about it. I've wanted to try it out myself personally. Yeah, I feel like because of the tightness of this photo, I'm not getting the full context. Because when I first saw the photo, I was just focused on them. I didn't even realize it was a maternity shot until I took the time to look at the photo. Here goes a wide shot Wednesday. Hand placement is right as well. Looks good. I'm kind of strict about trying to get it straight though. Whenever I do my wide shot Wednesdays, I always want everything to be straight. But I guess I could have auto. Let's see what auto wants to do. There it goes. There it goes. Yep, so here's another great example. So we're shooting wide, photographer's at f4. And that makes sense. There's no other reason to be anywhere else. You're shooting wide. The only reason you would need to be wide open is if there was no light. There's our before and after. When you use your mag mod with your flash, do you ever apply any gels? I don't, but I should. There's been a couple of cases where I definitely should have been using gels. Yeah, I don't even get the gels out. Do I even own the gels? I think I do. I think I do own the gels. They're like back here somewhere. But yeah, there's like, especially during receptions, if you're taking photos and the whole room is orange and then your light is basically like a lighter blue, you know, you're gonna mess yourself up. Oh, I have a whole... See, look how bad I am, y'all. Is it back focused or is it? That's what I was trying to figure out myself actually. But when I zoomed in, it looked like it was fine. Oh no, maybe it is back focused. No, see, it looks like it's on. I think it's, so I have Lightroom set to load only the smart previews. And I noticed that happens sometimes. Because I'll be looking at a photo like, what's wrong with it? But then I'll export it, right? Or even here, see, now that I'm viewing it here, it looks fine. Yeah, actually, it looks nice and sharp here. So I don't, it's something about, it's trying to save itself. Yeah, I haven't even looked at these. If anything, I would put a half CTO, just a little touch of orange. I don't even, how do these things work? That thing's big. I guess you have to use this. Oh yeah. How cool. And then I could keep it as a whole. So yeah, technically I should be doing this. There's a lot of cases as well that like at a wedding where I can just tell that it's like my flash versus the gel. I think a half CTO would be like, it would be perfect. Just a little touch of orange so that when I white balance everything, it's not like horrid. So yeah, I should be doing that. I don't, I'm lazy. And usually it's not even that bad. There's also a slot in your mag sphere. Oh, really? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. I feel like putting it in that thing would make a little more sense though, because at least like you have this whole thing. I've used it only on portraits, not weddings. I mean, yeah, I only use flash when I'm at the reception, so it would make sense for me to use gels, but I just don't. All right, let's keep going. I was looking at this shot when I got it in. I feel like that flash is a little hot. For me personally, I just feel like the model stands out too much in this shot. But that's also me and my like, I don't know. I don't like, I don't like flash. Is this cropped? No. There's a before and after. It's a great shot though. Good job. This is what's great about this community. We all learn something. Exactly. And that's my point. Like, I be talking about that in videos. Like, please share stuff in the comments and let's all learn. There's always stuff to learn, because now that I know that it's so simple to use a gel like that, I actually might start bringing gels with me and use that half CTO just to orange up my flash just a little bit, depending on how the room looks. Get a rogue flash bender for your flash. It gives it a smooth light. Can we still submit? You have up until 1 o'clock. I'm taking another round of submissions because no one submitted. So there it is. Raw photos only. JPEGs I will delete. I think it's not diffused enough, but it's a great, yeah, it is a gorgeous shot. Yeah, the flash is, it's definitely like very direct. It's just on there. Hey! Oh no. Are y'all in here? So this is a great shot. I'm just gonna center them up a bit. For me, like, the rule of thirds is pointless when the only subject of the photo is your couple. I may have submitted two. Two is okay. If you do any more than 2 though, that's where it starts. I might have to talk to you. I submitted them already. Check them out. I have a newer flash. It's not soft enough to use in small rooms. All JPEGs shall be deleted. Delete, delete, delete. But yeah, cute shot. Very direct. But yeah, since there's not much going on in the photo, like everyone's always like, rule of thirds. I'm like, center your couple up, because there ain't nothing. There's nothing here. You're using this as like a backdrop, so make them the focus. So again, everyone's asking when black and white. This would probably be black and white for me. It's just something about like this shot and the intimacy of it and the candidness of it. It feels like it should work better as black and white. We could do color, but I don't know. I feel like black and white hits here. Let's do a color one. Just because and we need our good friend magenta. Our good friend magenta. Yeah, I think those photos were looking soft because it's loading the smart previews. What do y'all think? Black and white or color? How's the wife? We're doing great. Yeah, we got what? Our baby's like almost 3 months old at this point. Time goes way too fast, y'all. Pointing in the corner at the ceiling. Oh wow, so that's bounce flash and it was still that harsh? That's crazy. It was a good shot though. Yeah, I'm team black and white for this photo. Yeah, color is fine, but I like black and white. I agree with that. They both look good. Coming up on the last couple photos, and then we're gonna move on to whatever else was submitted. Like this would be black and white as well. It's just so close that like there's not much of anything going on. Oh my goodness, that white balance. You know what it's missing? Magenta. Yeah, you know, like, I'm just not getting anything from this in color. But if you, where's my virtual copy? Like, that works, you know what I'm saying? That's hitting. Especially too, she has like nice black hair. It adds to the contrast of like the sky hair and the black hair, and he has some pattern going on, so I don't miss not having the color. The contrast between like all the shades of black and white just work. Happy birthday, Tim! You missed your photo, man. I just edited it a minute ago. Let me show it to you real quick. Where is it at? There it goes. Ta-da! Beautiful shot as well. Great job. But yeah, for me, black and white works for this photo. Especially because it's so close and tight. Like, I would love to, like, if this was me and my family, I would love to hang that shot on the wall. It's like a cute shot. That black and white's popping. Would you have shot that with a closer aperture? I don't know, what's the settings on this? 2.5. I definitely would have opened up more. But I guess it makes sense because now everyone's more in focus. Yeah. I mean, if you really wanted to, I'm not very strict about that stuff. Like, obviously, he's a little out of focus. They're more in focus. He's probably a little out of focus as well because he's closer forward. I don't know. I tend to not worry about that stuff when it's this close. I almost like the bit of fall off. This doesn't feel straight. This looks like it has off-camera flash on it as well. I can't really tell. A little touch of magenta. Love all the time. Yeah, everyone submitted some really banger shots. Here's a fun shot. Obviously, I'm gonna straighten this up. And even then, Lightroom still. I've noticed Lightroom, it'll try and get stuff straight, but if it's going to lose the corners, it will not do it. It'll be like, I can't lose the corners. I must do everything in my power not to lose the corners. And I'm always like, Lightroom, just straighten the photo, please. Like, I'll deal with the rest. Just straighten it. Here goes the 50 f2. I'm like, Lightroom, please just straighten it. Just please do it. I can figure out the rest later. Because at first I was always like, why isn't Lightroom actually straightening my photos? And then I realized I was like, oh, it's because if you lose too much of the photo, Lightroom just like automatically is like, nope, nope, not doing it. I'm guessing you have people pay for their weddings through Honeybook. Do you just build in the processing fees into your wedding packages? I don't, the processing fee is tax deductible. So I usually write that off on my taxes. Now you can, that's always a question that comes up. Everyone's like, should you charge your couples like the processing fee? And you can. I usually don't. It's kind of whatever. I just make more money. That's always my motto. Forget trying to get my fees back. I'm just gonna make more money. John, just bought myself a Sony A7 IV. Nice. What lens should I invest in for weddings? I have the 51.8. You probably need a 35. A 35 and a 50 together is a good combination. Great shot. This is a great shot. Good old 56. Processing fee, yeah. Normally, and this is the thing. Everyone always asks that question, but there's always a processing fee no matter what you use. If you're running credit cards at all, like if people are paying you with credit cards, there's always going to be a processing fee, and that's just kind of what it is. Pricing in general is 1000% one of the toughest things. I want to shoot for free because I love it, but it's not practical. Very true. I wouldn't have thought of a processing fee. I would just build it into the pricing. I mean, yeah, that's like the easiest thing to do is just building into the pricing. I just eat the cost because it's not even that much. Do you make people sign a contract for weddings? Yes. Always. Always. Always have a contract. Even if it's not weddings, if you're not signing contracts for your photo shoots, you're messing yourself up. You should always be on a contract. Because if for some reason something goes down and someone's not happy and they're trying to claim that you didn't do what you said you were going to do, you have contractual proof of things now. I'm like extra about photos being straight, y'all. I hate any kind of tilting at all. Now, obviously, some photos are going to end up having a little bit of tilt, but if I can straighten it, I will. Cute walking shot. We got that eye contact with the camera. He's like, why did I do this? No. That's the only thing that would make this photo actually better is if he was looking at her and she was smiling at the camera, or they were looking at each other. Cause yeah, he definitely looks like, what have I done? What have I done? And she's like, ha ha, marry them. Oh no. I have my kids sign contracts for their birthday shoots. I mean, saying, for real. I got to get into the contract thing. I do send an email to have things written. Because, yeah, even if you just have a, this is what I'm doing, this is what you get, do you agree to this? Yes. And sign it. Like, that, even just that is safer than no contract whatsoever. Like, your contract doesn't need to be, you know, the most perfect, foolproof, whatever. It just needs to be proof in writing that everyone's on the same page, and that if someone wants to claim something, you're like, well, you agreed to this. Everything's super bright, so I'm just pulling back stuff. I'm actually, let's try to subject select again, and it's so good. How is it so good? How is it so good? We'll raise the shadows on them just a little bit, put a pop of magenta in there, and there it is. We got the Cayman Islands in the house. Welcome to the stream. John is the reason everything is contracts. Engagement, weddings, family, everything. I mean, yeah, portrait shoots, everything, anything. Even a free portrait shoot, you need to have something like a model release form or something. There needs to be some kind of contract. Are you editing on the new MacBook? I am. This is the M1 Max, and this thing is, I'm streaming from it too. So OBS is running on the M1 Max as well as Lightroom. And I have OBS set to use the hardware for encoding, and this thing is just like smooth. It's like, ha ha! M1 Max. It's just like, graphics, I got you. Was it snowing? Are y'all cold? Fun shot. Oh my goodness, look at that green. See what Otto wants to do. There, it helped out. Oh, you're having a baby and want a maternity shoot contract. I'm saying. Yeah, the M1 Max is impressive. I mean, I stopped using my Hackintosh. I literally dismantled my Hackintosh, y'all. I got rid of it. I was like, the M1 Max is truth. I am now going to only use a real PC. My Hackintosh days are over. Because Apple finally made some good computers. The only reason I got into Hackintosh is because I wanted a Mac Pro. But at the time, the Mac Pro was trash. That was when it was the little trash can Mac Pro. It was so bad. And I was like, there has to be a way to be able to get good performance out of a Mac. And that's when I stumbled upon the Hackintosh community. And I was like, oh, word? So then I had a beastie Mac for a while. But, you know, it still had its, like, issues. So finally, Apple making a good computer. Flame, are you in the... I didn't see her in the stream. I always love her photos. This is great. Look at this little foreground. Let's get them centered up a bit. A little pop of foreground action going on. Ooh, look at how that sky came in when I put the preset on. Okay, so y'all already see what's happening. Magenta, man. Too much green. Actually, so because everything is green, I like my greens cool. I don't like warm greens. So because of that, I'm gonna select the subject. Oh, I got a big piece of the ground too. I'm gonna take some of this out. It doesn't need to be perfect, but that's just a little too much. Okay, so I'm gonna warm them up so their skin tones look okay. Let's overwarm them up just a bit and then pull back the white balance so my greens are still kind of cool. We'll also jump in and select the sky. We're gonna save that sky so we can get that sunset back in there. We're gonna warm up the sky. Maybe over magenta it so it can be drastic. That's good. I'm happy with that. Oh, I lost that little bit at the bottom. We'll just crop that out. Ta-da! Guess I'll start drawing up contracts for the waterfalls I shoot. You gotta get the waterfall to sign the contract. I'm from Singapore. Anyone in Singapore in the house? Detroit in the house. My mom's from Detroit. Love the image by Flame. Yeah, Flame's photos are always great. She has great stuff always. Can't wait for sunflower season. Yeah, it's been a while. I did a sunflower shoot a while ago. The exposure's too much. There it goes. That's better. John, greeting from Belgium. Big fan. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Reggie in the house with a loner 33. Yeah. Yo, I'm still waiting for my 23. B&H is back ordered all the way for all of life. Every other day, oh, back ordered. I want the new 23 1.4. Can I get it, please? John, ever get around to making a video on what to wear to a wedding? No, and that's mainly because of sponsors. I was trying to get that video sponsored because the suit company that I buy suits from, they're like newer, right? So I bought their suits and I was like, yo, these are dope. I went on their website and they're like, they have an ambassador program. So I was like, oh, cool. I was like, yo, I'm trying to be an ambassador. And they hit me up and they're like, hey, bro, how cool? And I was like, yeah, how cool? And then they ghosted me. And I was like, word? So I got 2 suits now. I bought them, like with my own money. I like the suits, they're good. Y'all probably see me wearing them in some of my videos. Bought the suits with my own money, hit them up, and I was like, hey, yo, I'm gonna do this video, and I'm gonna feature your products because I like them. You trying to give me a refund for your stuff being mentioned, and they ghosted me. And I was like, word? I've hit them up like 3 or 4 times now. And the problem is that they originally were like, yeah, it'd be so cool. It'd be so great for you to work with us. And then they ghosted me and I was like, so I've been waiting on that, but I do need to go ahead. There was that, and there was the fact that I was trying to see if I could get a female photographer as well to actually do the video with me. So have like a guest. So I could be like, this is what I wear to weddings, and I want to do it like based on how high end you want to look for the wedding. So I have a couple of different fits, and then also do that for the women as well, and have it be one video. But I don't know who to work with. So that's where I've been with that, trying to set up, you know, maximizing the video itself. Because, you know, I love giving information to you all, but this is also a job at the same time. So I gotta work it out as best as possible. Cause y'all, I'm about to hear. Let me show y'all some of this. You know, This is how we be rocking at weddings. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. Woo! If y'all don't know Taft, I love their shoes. And that's the thing. All the clothes that I wear, I bought this with my own money. So the only reason I'm trying to get in contact with the companies is, you know, may as well double up on something I believe in. I only sponsor things that I like. You know what I'm saying? So I love and these boots, they look good, they stand out, and they're super comfortable. They're surprisingly comfortable. Now, obviously, they're like dress boots, so your feet are going to be destroyed at the end of the day regardless, but... Oh, man, I got some water stains. Dang. You see that? It got me. And these are only 2 pairs. I have like 6 pairs of these that I bought with my own money. So, like, that's the kind of stuff I'm going to be talking about when I talk about, like, what to wear to weddings. I got these 2. These are my, like, nice leather high top kind of. So if I want to be a little bit more low key, got the little stuff on the back. So yeah, that video will come at some point. Hopefully soon, maybe when it gets a little bit warmer. But yeah, what's been holding me up so much on that video is the fact that sponsors have been like hating on me. Uh-oh. This might be a black and white. 12,000 ISO. Where's your flash? So that was way too magenta. And yep, black and white. The ISO is way high, so it's already grainy anyway. It just works better as the black and white. Those white leather high tops are fire. Yeah, that's what the full wedding day video that I was just trying to sync by hand, that I was wearing it for that wedding. Rock your Chucks at the wedding? Just the Chucks? Magenta Man met his match. I actually had to turn down magenta. Yeah, I rock my black leather Chucks too. What's the new kid's name? Sophia, with an F. Little baby Sophia. Here's the dip shot. This is another one of those, like, I don't understand why the ISO is so high. The shutter speed could have been dropped a little bit. Hey John, I submitted 2 photos but can't see them in your Lightroom. If you submitted them newer, then I'm gonna go back and look for the new photos in just a moment. If you submitted them as JPEGs, they were probably deleted because I don't edit the JPEGs. Only raw photos. Oh, look at there, I had to turn magenta down again. What is happening? What has happened to me? I'm planning to add props and backup items for my weddings. Backup rings, hangers. Do you carry any additional? I need to. Like, especially hangers, I should have at least one backup hanger. Because there's been too many times at a wedding that they don't have a nice hanger. And I'm like, do you have a hanger? And it's like, oh no, I didn't think about that. And you're like, you got this ugly plastic hanger. Here's Christopher's photo. This might be a black and white too, actually. I feel like it would end up feeling better. Also, it'll give it more of that street photography feel. I submitted a RAW and a JPEG. Yeah, as of right now, like if you submit it in the first bit, like before the stream, and you don't see your photo, it's probably because it was a JPEG and I deleted it. Yeah, I feel like black and white works better here. Color's not bad though. I actually kind of like the color. I live in Detroit. Are you related to Pastor Branch? Pastor Branch? Pastor Branch in Detroit? No, I don't believe so. There are raw files submitted 30 minutes prior to your stream. 30 minutes prior? It might be in the new set then, because submissions were closed by this morning, I believe. We'll see. I'm about to check the new set in just a moment once I get done with these. Oh wait, is this the X? No, this is CR2. Wow. Look at that magenta, off the charts. And I still wanted to add more. Off the charts magenta, and it still wasn't good enough for me. Add more magenta, crank it all the way. How many photos do you usually give back for weddings? I quote my couples an average of 650, so it ranges between like 600 to 1,000, depending on the photo, like the day and how long it was and stuff. Flame, you missed your photo. Here it goes. Oops. Beautiful shot. Here's the before and after. I did a little bit of selected sky edits, so I saved the sky some too to give that like dreamy sky background. Magenta Man versus Green Goblin. That'd be a great. I'm gonna make a comic strip. It's gonna be. How do you know when you have to change the photo to black and white? We talked about that earlier. So the 3 reasons I usually change something to black and white are if there was really good, the feeling of the photo feels like it should be black and white. If it's like a close-up or a tight shot, I usually feel like it feels better being black and white. Or if the white balance is total trash and it's hard to save, then I black and white it. Those are usually the 3 reasons why I do it. Do you also print out and make albums for the couples or only digital? Yes, I do prints. I don't print them out, but my couples can order prints, and I also give them albums. Here's a cute little shot. Everything is very blue. Let's see what Otto wants to do, and that was not enough. So it needs to be way warmer. And we need magenta. Magenta, man. More magenta. More magenta. Always more. I need magenta. There's our before and after. This is, again, if you're seeing this in camera, you need to shoot in Kelvin. You need to personally change it. Don't let it look like that in camera. High ISO are also good in black and white, yes. Because they end up being so grainy that it just makes sense to black and white them. Hey John, just started watching. Will this video be available for replay? It will be. I love Pixieset for sending photos. Yeah, Pixieset's pretty good. I use PicTime, but I used to use Pixieset at one point. Hey, what's up, John? Been watching your wedding stuff lately, and I finally decided to sub. Yeah! Welcome to the channel. High ISO black and white grain is just film look, exactly. Or like if you miss the focus, that's another one, I forgot that. Like if you miss the focus just a bit, but the photo looks dope, black and white. You know, like, those are the photographer rules. It's like, oh, you missed the focus. No, it's artsy. It's an artsy photo. I heard you worked at Apple, me too. Why are we so creative? I know, right? Yep, good old Apple days. I started back in like 07. Like right after the first iPhone came out is when I started working at Apple. Did my 5 years, got my plaque. Is your birthday today? It's not today, but it is this weekend. So this is my birthday stream. Birthday. Hey John, do you shoot film in your leisure time? I do. I actually have a roll that I need to get developed. My two main film cameras right now are, which I think this has a roll in it. Yeah, it does. This Nikon FG20 that my wife found at a thrift shop because she dragged me to a thrift shop and I didn't want to go. And we walk in and the first thing we see is this in prime condition with a beautiful 50mm lens on it. And they were selling it for $10. And when I bought it, the guy who ran the shop was all like, I don't know why anyone would want to buy this anyway. Everyone uses their phone. And I'm like, bro, you messed up, because he could have sold this for like 150 bucks on eBay or something. And then I have this one, the Nikon N80. So my best friend gave this one to me. He said it was his dad's. And so this is, oh, there's no film in it right now, but basically these are one of the later year film cameras. So they act like a digital camera. You know, like I can do continuous like shutter, and it like, you know, it does the film for me and it loads it. And because this Nikon is using f-mount, I can buy modern lenses for it. So I have the Sigma 35 Art on here. I don't know if it'll, yeah. So Sigma 35 Art on a film camera, and it looks good. It is dumb how good this looks on a film camera. So this is probably the one I shoot more often. The roll of film I have that I need to get developed was from this camera with this lens, and I haven't really gotten too much usage with it yet, so I want to see how it came out, and then I'll probably start shooting this more often. But yeah, I haven't shot film in a bit, but I love shooting it. It's fun, and it's definitely leisure for me, because I shoot weddings so often that if I do want to take photos for fun, I need it to feel different than weddings. That's also why I have the XT30, so that like it doesn't feel like I'm shooting a wedding. I can just shoot what I want to and have fun. Man, I hate this direct light. He said a kid looks like Reggie. Reggie B photo. Yeah, this direct sunlight. And you can tell too because they're like squinting and stuff. I'm not a fan of direct sunlight at all. Did you go to Imaging USA this week? I did not. I have never been to Imaging, but I didn't realize it was so close to me because I could have driven up there from North Carolina. It's not that bad of a drive. I love full frame depth of field, but plan to take an XT3 over full frame soon. Awesome. Yeah, you'll like it. And the full frame depth of field is pretty good, and you can still get some of that look too. You just have to have the right lenses. So these were shot in the same scene, so I'm just gonna copy over the settings. Me and Valandez are both from Detroit, so I might be a little biased. Yo, Vol is cool, man. I almost want to, so I grew up in the burbs, right? You know, he's like from the streets. I almost want to do a video with him and just be like, like burbs versus the, because I'm so burbs. It would just be funny to see the difference, but he's cool peoples. I shoot Sigma 35 Art too. Yeah, when I was on Canon, the Sigma Art lenses were my jam. I love those lenses so much. This is a cool shot. I like this a lot, actually. This is really cool. Also, okay, so look at this. This is a great, let's look at this photo for a second. Because again, everyone's like, oh, can you show your settings? It doesn't matter if you don't understand what's happening, if you don't know how to look at the settings. So what's happening here? It's like dusk. It's like nighttime. It looks like the photographer didn't use any lighting at all. So there's two things going on. These lanterns are giving some extra light, and they're placed so perfectly because it's just enough light on their faces. Now, obviously, with it being so dark, photographer had to raise their ISO. So they're using the 50mm f1.2. They're wide open, getting as much light as they can in. ISO is raised because you're going to have to, but they're keeping it as low as possible. And then shutter speed is 1/100, which is a bit low. You'll get camera shake, but this is fine. If you know that your hands are steady enough and you have the couple in a pose that's a still pose, you know you can pull this off with not too much camera shake. This looks like it might be a little soft, but no, it's not. This is fine. So again, everyone's like, oh, what do you do when it gets dark? You understand how settings work based on the photo you're taking, and you do what you need to get the good shot. So this is great. The settings are perfect because this is like, it's dark, but I'm gonna raise my ISO as much as needed, and I'm gonna lower my shutter as much as I can, keeping the ISO as low as possible to still get the shot. How long does it take you to get wedding photos back? So I quote them 4 to 8 weeks. However, now that I'm starting to use AI culling and AI editing, I may be able to pull that off in like a week or two, which is great. But generally at max, it takes me 4 weeks, but that's mainly because I'm editing a bunch of stuff at the same time and I have a life. I can't just sit here for 8 hours and edit only. Let's edit this. So a couple of things are gonna happen. When I put my preset on this, it's gonna suck all the highlights out of the photo. Now, usually that's fine when there's a lot of light, but the only light here is the light coming from these, so I need my highlights. So I'm gonna bring them back up so everything doesn't look devoid of life. I'm gonna raise my shutter a bit. I'm gonna drop my shadows because this photo has that darker feel, so I need it to feel like that. And then white balance is gonna be interesting. So this in black and white would be dope. This would look great in black and white. We'll do that next. But let's see what we can do with white balance. The thing is, I don't really know exactly where I want to go with white balance. So I'm cooling it down. I'm gonna pull the orange out just a tad. I think that's good. This would be dope in black and white. You and Valandez would be a dope collab. Yeah. One day we'll see. We'll see. That would be dope. Is it too blue? Is it too bright? I like where their skin tones are sitting. I also say here, let's select our subject. So good. And let's pull down their temperature like almost too much, right? Then we're gonna go back to the photo and we're gonna warm the photo back up so that their skin tone looks right. So, do you recommend 35 with f1.2-ish as main lens for Fuji for commercial weddings? I mean, that's fine. I use the 35 f2 and I love that lens. But either way works just fine. What made you become a photographer? I needed to feed my family. When me and my wife had our first kid, she wanted to stay home with the kids. And I was working at Squarespace at the time, but I was like, well, I need a second job to just help provide for us since you're not going to be working. And she was like, no, you should start a business. And I was like, great. Let me try to do photography as a business. More magenta. Let's see. And that's pretty much how I got into it. I always loved photography. I always thought it was cool. But I never considered myself a photographer. Like, I just kind of dabbled in it. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing. I just thought photography was cool. Oh, wait. I was like, what's happening here? It's because the mask is still on. I don't know, y'all. This actually might be one of those times where the color one is way better than the black and white. I thought it would look good in black and white. I like the color better. Ah, this is a dope shot. That looks like it has a pro mist filter. Those highlights are creamy smooth. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, this one in color is hitting much more than the black and white. I pull down the blue sky on this. I like the color better. Yeah, color is definitely better. I thought the black and white was gonna work, but color's definitely where it's at. Now the only other thing, well, no, I think it works because I made the white balance on them so cool. These lights are cooler than these ones in the back, and that's irking me a bit, but I don't know if it matters that much. I wonder if I pull down the blacks a bit. Yeah, I want that thing to be moody. I want like the highlights to really like. Such a cool shot. So good. To be honest, the lights are just the ones that are off. Because they were warm too. Yeah, it's because I did an adjustment on the subject. So yeah, they were warm before and matching, but now they're not because everything's cool. So if I really, really wanted to, like, I could come back in and I could even just brush a change. on just these lights. And then I could cool all of that down to match. Yeah, so like right in there somewhere. Let's take it off of these. Uh-oh. These were white to begin with, so it made them look too blue. There. I love black and white photos for a moody feel, but this one is one of the times I feel the color. Yeah, the color's way more moody. Can warm up the whole picture a little bit too. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Why not use brush and make the lanterns warmer? I like cool lights. I like the cool lights. Like I want them to be cooler. JB Photo, you stole my name. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome to the stream. I shoot with Sony a6400, the Sigma Trio. Is that good enough to second shoot? It sounds like it. I mean, again, for anything, is if you know how to use it well, most anything's good enough. I don't think there's like a certain type of kit you need for a wedding specifically. I personally think there's certain types of lenses you should have, but yeah, like that sounds good enough to me. It's mainly how well do you know how to use it is the main factor. We got Grease in the house. Welcome to the stream. Hey mate, if this wasn't a stream, do you normally use the brush mask feature to edit elements of the photo? I don't actually. At most, I do what you see where I'm just selecting the subject. That's what I do most of the time. It's more rare that I go in, like when you saw me brushing out just the lights to make the lights in the background matte. I don't do stuff like that usually. That stuff takes too long. I'm just trying to edit the photo real quick. Because again, as a wedding photographer, I'm editing thousands of photos, so I need to go ahead and just get it done. Oops. Okay, last two, and then we're gonna go check in on the resubmissions that was closed out at 1. So it'll be our last bit of submissions, and then we'll go from there. What is this? Fuji? But yeah, like how y'all see me keep coming in here and selecting the sky and stuff, I normally don't do that. But now that Lightroom makes it so easy, I'm like, hey, I may as well do it, you know, save the sky a little bit. Just a little bit. I feel like it looks unnatural. There's our before and after. Hi from India, welcome to the stream. These shots are super inspirational. Yeah, these shots are good. Y'all got some good stuff in here. Hey, late to the live stream. I'm a new Fuji user and wondering, do you edit RAWs or JPEGs with film simulator? Just RAWs. All of my photos you see personally are all just RAW photos. Have you tried some older Fuji bodies yet? I have not. X-T1 gets more action than my X-T30? Huh. Yeah, no, the X-T2 was my first Fujifilm camera. And since I've moved on to the X-T3 and 4. So I haven't used an old one in a while. Do you play with contrast when you edit photos? I don't actually. Now, when I export my photos, when I add my sharpening and grain to the photos, there is a little ounce of contrast that's added on there. Here's a great shot with a good old 56. There's not much that's needed to be done. Picture looked good. Maybe warm it up a little bit. Add some magenta. I don't need to do anything to this photo, but add magenta. Let's see, what are my 5 stars so far? These were my favorite shots. so far. The favorite shots from this stream so far. These are good, y'all. We got France in the house. Welcome to the stream. This is the best live stream ever. Oh, awesome. Thank you. XT3 or XS10. I have not used the XS10 yet, so I don't really have too many opinions. I think the XT3 is a great starting place. Like I've said before, it's still my main camera for weddings. Thanks for the encouragement. I can't wait for my first. Yeah, you're gonna do great. Yeah, all you need is some good cameras, and you need to know how to use those cameras, and you should be good. Okay, what about flame photo? That one was good, but it wasn't on my top list. And that's, again, that's not me hating on the photo. These are just the ones that really, really stood out for me. Let's go find the new submissions. What, y'all? Is this real? How did y'all add this many photos? Yo, I was expecting a handful of photos. I'm not gonna be able to edit all these. Y'all done put like 100 photos in here. How'd you do this? Wow. Oh, it's because y'all put 50 billion photos. That's why. You're only supposed to put 1 or 2. I'm like, oh yeah, let me just do a couple more photos real quick. I go to look at the thing, 102 photo submissions. Dang, y'all. It's gonna take me a minute to even download the photos. So many photos. Why? Why? Someone dumped their whole wedding. Hey, John, edit these photos on stream. 800 wedding photos. And they're like, could you actually export those and send them to me so I can deliver them to my couple? Yeah, the downloads over here taking forever. Oh, Christopher, thank you so much. Thank you for that super chat. Adding to some coffee and some protein shake. I'm about to go get a coffee right now. I'm about to go drive over to Starbucks and everything. That was super satisfying to watch my lunch break. Great shots. Great photographers. Thank you. Happy early birthday. Thank you so much. SpongeBob. Need to start charging for each upload. No one would upload. Y'all would be like, this bro's over here talking about somehow edit your photos for $5 a pop. That'd be hateful. Maybe I'll do like, oh, edit your photos and charge like 5 cents a photo or something. Do we get some IRL vlogs? Yo, I've never vlogged. What's your Starbucks order? I don't even be going to Starbucks anymore. I like a good coffee, like a good black coffee. So now that I go to Starbucks, now that I've become more of a coffee snob, I pretty much go there and I'm just like, yeah, let me get a coffee. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, a coffee. You want anything in it? Nah. I want that thing black. Give me the whole coffee. Give me a nice cold brew or the whole coffee. Yo, 102 photos? Yo, I'm still over here downloading the photos. Maybe not a consistent vlog, but I totally watch a day in the life. You know, I was thinking about doing a day in the life and a wedding photographer. But you're talking, half of that's gonna be a boring video because half the time I'm just here in the office sitting. That's my everyday. Here I am in front of the computer sitting down, looking at a screen. All my hobbies involve screen too, so all I do is stare at a screen. I'm like, great. And then I'm like, let me take a break, and I go play a video game. Great. And let me take another break and go watch a show or something, you know? Gotta go back to class. Thanks for submitting, Flame. Good seeing your photo. Thank you for hanging out in the stream. Oh yes, black coffee for the win. If you want creamer that much in your coffee, you might as well drink milk. Exactly. People be like, creamer. I'm like, just, especially the way Starbucks does their stuff. It's pretty much milk with a little bit of coffee. And again, nothing wrong with that. I like coffee. I like coffee. But you know, every now and then I'll go in there and get my pumpkin spice. Or the, what's the one they do around Christmas? The creme brulee, that's my jam. But yeah, a nice cold brew. Or a good, a good cold brew. Or just a good black hot coffee. I'm about that life. I gotta pour over, so I make my own and stuff. Okay. Here we go, round 2. I can't believe y'all really added 100 more photos. I haven't even eaten lunch, y'all. I'm hungry. We'll see how this goes. I'm definitely probably not gonna edit every single photo that everyone submitted. So I'm just gonna let y'all know that now. Please don't be too disappointed with me. But again, JPEGs are getting deleted. And if you have 50 different photos, those are getting deleted as well. Oh, this is pretty good stuff though, y'all. Oh, look at y'all. Everyone followed the directions for once too. It's actual raw files. Great job. Let's import. And while that's happening, I will BRB. All right. Y'all over here got me all messed up with your 100 extra photos. Y'all came out with the banger shots though. Y'all like, oh, if I'm about to be on the stream, no. Where do y'all rent cameras from? Me personally, I do borrow lenses when I'm renting. Yep. Second body to have a long lens, and the primary to have a wider lens. That's exactly how I shoot. I agree with that as well. 35 is a requirement. You have to have a 35 mil at a wedding. I'm actually about to make a video about that too. Like a wedding kit, like what your full wedding kit should be. Yep. Way more convenient than changing lenses. And what I do, I normally have 4 lenses during a wedding day, but they're both basically like, one camera is the wide lenses and the other one is the close lenses. So then if and when I change a lens, I'm only changing on one. So it's either I need to go wider or I need to go tighter, and I'll switch the one lens and that's it. Hey John, will you ever try wedding videography? I have. I've done a couple of wedding videos. It's rough. Props to all the wedding videographers. It's doable, but it's just like, there's so much more. So I majored in audio production, like mixing and recording and stuff. So the audio side of it is not bad for me. I understand how it all works. There's just so many more moving parts. Tips on starting commercial work? I have not done much of any commercial work, so honestly, I can't really give any tips on that. So you see how he's backlit? So I'm gonna go ahead and select the subject. Wow, so good. Look how it's separated from the water too. Bump up these shadows on just him. Just a bit. Now I can raise the shadows on the whole as well. Add a tad of magenta in there. So y'all recommend primes? I also shoot only primes. Primes are a great way to start learning. And also primes are a great way to not get into the habit of just standing around. Prime lenses are a great way to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, and also to be a part of your photo rather than just kind of standing back and being a third party. And while that stuff may seem like it doesn't matter, like a lot of people will just try and tell you like, oh, it's more convenient because you can zoom. You will get different photos if you have to be a part of the photo. The photos will be very different than you just standing back like, you know, like it makes you a participant of the activity, which is what's gonna change the photo. So for instance, again, when we were looking at these photos, so like this photo is a great example, because this photographer shot this with a 24 mil. So the photographer is like really close to this guy, very close. The photographer is a part of this action. And you feel it too. Shooting that wide and being that close makes it feel like you're there. Also, too, shooting primes, you start knowing exactly what your focal length is and where you need to be for the shot. So I like walk into my shots because I know where it is. It's not me being like, oh, let me zoom in to the right. Like, no, I know exactly where I need to walk to while I'm using my 35 to be in range to get my shot. And it just becomes muscle memory after a while. Oh, look at this little foreground blur. Looks like we need some magenta. I also warmed it up a bit. And that's it, a great shot. Is this like a new wedding or a vow renewal? Super cute. Actually might warm it up a little bit more. Yeah. So this photo is obviously going to be very green. We're going to be adding a bunch of magenta to this. Probably in this range or so. That feels pretty good. It was a new wedding. How cute. How fun. You don't really get to see like older folks at weddings and stuff. They look great though. Awesome shot. ISO 100, so we have a lot of range. This could have been underexposed a bit just to save the photo. Even like, you see how much I pulled down? And then we need, oh, there's too much magenta. We need to warm it up, definitely though. So here's one thing about my preset to keep in mind. Do you see how it sucked the life out of that yellow? My preset doesn't have a lot of yellow action, so if you want more yellow, you'll have to do it yourself. Also, that yellow is like a weird. That's better in here. So yeah, if you ever need to adjust something, just go down to the HSL section. You can make any adjustments you want to. But yeah, I tend to not. Yellow is the one color that gets changed a lot usually. I wanted you to edit the concert shots. Were there some in there? Well, I'm gonna be going in order, so I'll be getting to whatever photos are in there. I think your magentas are different than mine. I think more magenta and then it looks bad. I wonder if it's the screen. This one's a little too warm for my liking. Magenta's good though because of this pink, so the white balance already tried to magenta it kind of heavy. Beautiful shot. Wait, were these all Brittany? Oh no, I see. It's all sorted by capture time. This is a great shot. This is like a website money shot. Half the reason it works for a website too is because there's so much space. Uh-oh. Magenta man. Yeah, somewhere in that range. But yeah, with that extra space, this would be perfect for a website, because I could see like all your website stuff going here at the top, and it's not being like drowned out by too much happening. I'm gonna be going a little bit faster, just because I wasn't expecting y'all to submit 100 photos. Everyone has a different approach and style in editing, so might as well explore a bit. Exactly. Also, when it comes to editing too, it's like, mainly it comes to understanding the what and why you're doing something. So that's what really needs to be learned from other people. But yeah, everyone's gonna approach it very differently. So never like see someone editing and being like, I have to do it this way. There isn't a way you have to do it. Do what you want and what you like, but just understand the tools. Don't just sit back and be like, oh, I'm editing a photo. Like, you need to know what you're doing. So this is a little heavy on the magenta. Maybe in that range. Brittany, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, that photo was gorgeous. Did y'all see Brittany's stuff? Since she super chat, let's get her 2 photos we just did real quick so y'all can get a good look at that. Beautiful shots. Actually, both of these are like, these are hero images on a website. These are money shots. And especially if you want to get photos of like more tenured humans getting married, this is a great shot to get more of them in there, because a lot of times older folks may not be as comfortable taking photos. But y'all, this is money. Everyone went around trying to find like cute young couples. This is money. They're old. They probably have money. You know what I'm saying? So if you want clients who are going to be able to pay stuff, that's what you want. Wow, where is this? How do I donate? I think there's like a button at the bottom or something under the chat. We need magenta, as per always. I'm gonna go to WPPI and I'm gonna be a judge and I'm just gonna be like, there wasn't enough magenta in the photo. And just like every photo, just grade it low because there wasn't any magenta. I felt like there was something missing from this photo. Probably magenta knows. Hey John, who does your hair? Nobody. I just let it grow. I got a barber who shaves up the sides, but I kind of just let it do what it does. I let it do what it do. Great studio shot. This is hurting my soul. The ground is just dirty. Stuff everywhere. Go away. Go away. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to be picking some of my favorites. This is definitely going on the list of favorite shots. for once, I think there's too much magenta. It's hard to tell. Flatlay pick is mine. Shot on the new A7 IV. Oh, it had that cropping thing. Why does that always happen? That's better. Yeah, this thing was looking clean. I didn't realize that was the A7 IV. What do you think about an XT1? I never used it, but it's probably a great camera. Again, like, when it comes to cameras and stuff, it's really, you know, you don't need the latest and greatest always. If the camera's good and you're able to use it, you should be fine. When your camera has dynamic range. Pull these shadows down a bit. Here's our before and after. He said I didn't edit the windmill. I just edited it. Did you not see the edits? Was I too fast? I edit with the quickness. I'll show it again real quick, but yeah, I edited it. Here's the before and after. Again, if I didn't have to do a lot to your photo, that's actually a good thing. What do you say? Too much magenta? What? John, are you feeling okay? Too much magenta? There's no way. Why don't you use tone curve? I just don't. I try to make my editing as easy and simple, as quick as possible. Going around inside your photo and like to get it to look great. But again, I'm approaching my editing as a wedding photographer. And I'm coming from a place of editing like 800 photos in a sitting. Oh, there goes magenta. Magenta man. So for me, that's a waste of time. So like what I did just now, that would be a full edit. You go in, you get the exposure right, you put your preset on it, you get the white balance right, great, you're done. You move on. And that's it. You just boom, 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 photos, 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 photos. The next thing you know, it's 800 photos. Like, so I can't sit here and be like, maybe I wanna, let me, I can't do it. It takes too long. And if I was going to do that, it would be a part of my preset, which you already see. Where's my mouse? You know, like, see, this stuff has a curve in it. So it is part of the preset. But other than getting a set preset and getting it where you want to, and that's it. I'm not gonna sit here all day fussing around with a photo. Can't do it. I'm a wedding photographer. Too many photos. At the people that just joined during those sound effects. It was a beautiful shot too. So it seems like Sony cameras don't like magenta. If I had a Sony camera, I would be turning magenta up all day. It'd be all I would be doing. It's just turning up magenta. Do you batch edit as in apply the preset to each batch and then adjust from there? Yeah. That's usually what I do. So basically the way I edit, and again, it's editing for speed, is that usually these photos will be in sections of the wedding day. So I'll be in a place and there'll be at least 30 photos that are basically the same scenario, same lighting. So I'll edit one and I'll select a bunch and then sync settings. And then after that, I'll go through each one just to make sure they're all in the right place that I want them to be. And then that's how I edit. And I just fly through the photos like that. Edit one, sync settings. Editing one, sync settings. And again, like that's why I have one single preset. Like the preset that I use is the one that I sell on my site. It's my preset. I plop it on the photo. I adjust white balance. And pretty much I'm done at that point. I rarely go in and make like brush adjustment changes. That only happens if it's like absolutely needed. I know you're gonna crop the shoe out. Is there a shoe? What? Oh my goodness. It came in first on the other stream. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you for your insights. No problem. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for watching the stream. You have it for Canon. The preset works for all camera bodies, which is what you're kind of seeing here. These are photos submitted by you all, the viewers, but the camera bodies are all over the place. So this is Sony. We have a lot of Sony this time, but I think there were some Canons, wasn't there? Yeah, like that's Canon. I used my preset. I'm using the same preset on all these photos. So you know, between this being Canon and this being Sony, like it's the same preset. That was a dumb question. That wasn't a dumb question. That's why I answered it so politely. 35 art. I love Sigma lenses so much. Oh, magenta man. Oh wait. And so again, I like my greens cool, so I'm actually gonna cool this photo down just a tad. Just a little bit. I don't want her skin to look wrong. This is a great shot. I love all the foreground blur. Beautiful shot. Darren's in the house. Thanks for editing my photos. I'm buying the preset right now. Yeah, and I think you see here, I feel like it works well on brown skin. The biggest thing with brown skin is that, again, your oranges and your white balance are what is gonna affect brown skin the most. So like if she looked too orange, I would come down to HSL and I would turn it down. But she actually looks fine. Do you plan on getting any of the Sigma lenses for X series when they release? Are they coming out this year? Is that the rumor? Yo, I'm about to hit up Sigma with the quickness. You'll be like, hello. You trying to give me a lens though? Is this that same couple? Oh yeah, it is. Cute. Is this a style shoot or a real couple? You know how like sometimes you can tell it's a style shoot because the couple just looks too good and you're like, there's no way. There's no way this has to be a styled shoot. So this one needed more warmth. The magenta was actually a little too heavy for once. Pull these shadows up. Uh-oh. Something doesn't feel right. Channel super dope. Awesome. Thank you for hanging out. It was 100% style shoot. Yeah. they look too beautiful. This is great emotion though from a styled shoot. Were they an actual couple or were they just models? Because if so, this is great. You usually don't get this out of a styled shoot. My whole wedding better look like a styled shoot. I've never used preset. Should begin to think about it. Preset, yeah. The main point of a preset is just to save yourself time. That's really it. You can edit and you can create your own preset. All you got to do is edit and then save it. But it's more so, you know, so that you're not wasting time. It's a real couple. That makes more sense. Because I was about to say, when you get a style shoot with models, honestly, like, I'm gonna say this to y'all. This is for all photographers right now. If you're doing a style shoot and the models aren't a couple, don't do it. You're wasting your time. For the most part, the photos are gonna look awkward. You may be able to get a couple of like superposed shots where they're kind of embracing and they're gonna look all right. But if you want a shot like this one, you're not getting that. You know, you're not getting this from a style shoot. You're just not. Because people who don't know each other are not gonna be all up on each other like this. They might be able to. Sometimes you'll find models who are really cool, and sometimes it's almost better than a real couple because it's almost like a first date. So there's this like weird, awkward, kind of like flirty tension, but it's rare. It's extremely rare. Also, in that case, both of the models have to be single, because you know, if they feel like they have any extra ties to anything, it's not right. You know, maybe their significant other doesn't mind them modeling and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend and you're like at a style shoot all up on someone else, you know, you feel kind of weird. So it's just, there's always like a bit of awkwardness. Look at that. Magenta always. But yeah, if you get a models who are single and who are a little bit more outgoing, that's the only other way you can get that. Other than that, it's a waste of time because the models are going to be all awkward. So if you're doing a style shoot, make it with a real couple. Presets are amazing. I bought John's last year, tweaked them a little to my liking. And see, that's the point, y'all. That's what you do. You go, oh, I like this preset. You use it for yourself, you tweak it to fit you, and then you move on from there. Great shot. We're moving right along. Here's a nice little, like, these are the kind of shots you would get from a style shoot. Like those kind of posed, the couples together shot. But that's like all you're gonna get. If you want anything else with a little bit more emotion and fun, you're not gonna get it from a style shoot. Unless they're a real couple. And we gotta add our magenta. Oh, that was too much. Ta-da! What song is this? There's our before and after. Here goes the same wedding. These are a couple from the same wedding. Oh, what is this, like a backyard wedding? How cute. So again, I'm looking at the skin tones to make sure that my white balance is correct. The skin tones are always going to be your guiding light to white balance. That background beat right now. Yeah, what was that? It was like classical hip hop or something. This is some aggressive classical music. It stood out too because I'm over here. I'm listening to the music pretty quietly. And I was like, what is that? Ah, what's missing? Is that magenta? Is that my friend Magenta? Is that you? Like, even this might be black and white. These are great shots. Good job. See, that's all a couple wants. They just want some good photos. Capturing some fun moments and getting the good photos. Have you tried the saturation trick for white balance? Crank vibrance and saturation and then adjust it as close to skin tones. Huh, I never tried to do that. I made it black and white. Great minds think alike. It was just super contrasty too. It looks like the sun came out or something. Like it was overcast and it was fine, and then all of a sudden, while the ceremony was happening, the sun was just like burn, 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 burn. You know, I hate when that happens. And then there's sun everywhere and everyone's squinting. You're like, I just wanted the clouds. I was taking great photos. I like your greens look. The preset is definitely well done. Thank you so much. Is dynamic range affect weighting photography? To a degree. Yep, overcast summer day. Yep, exactly. I know that feels so much. You're like, things were great, and then the sun came out of nowhere, and it was full blue skies, and then everyone at the wedding's like, oh yay, the clouds went away. It's such a beautiful day. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I wanted the clouds. Such a beautiful day. No. Dynamic range, it helps, but not really. So when people talk about dynamic range, the point that they're getting at is that, like, wait, hold on. The point is that you're able to save photos from different, you know, like if you have to underexpose. So dynamic range is not really important. It's just, it's nice to have because you can take a photo that's like super dark. Hold on. So this photo has a little bit of challenging action going on, mainly because everything is too cool. So right now we're like losing her skin tone. So what I want to do is we're going to, let me put my preset first. And I'll get my exposure where I want it to. This is generally how I edit. So right now, everything is way too cool. But I do like my greens cooler, but her skin tones are just like janked. So we're going to see if Photoshop can select subject, which, how is Lightroom so good, y'all? How? So now I'm gonna raise the warmth on her, maybe a little magenta, and I'm gonna come down just a bit to under where I want it to be, because now I'm gonna go back and warm up the whole photo, but just enough so that her skin tones feel right, because I still want the greens to be a little bit cool, which they're not anymore. I like them about here. So let's go back and let's warm her up herself, and one little kick of warmth for the whole photo. There it goes. There's my friend magenta. That's what we were missing. That's what I wanted. Good old magenta. Yeah, and that's about the range I would put it in. Somewhere like that, I feel like. Yes, people are always like, I hope it's a nice day for our pics, and I'm like, yeah, I hope it's not. Isn't it a beautiful blue day? You couldn't have better weather on your wedding? And I'm always like, no. Give me a slight overcast, please. Not too heavy. I don't want it to look dark and gloomy, but I want it to be flat. Good old and reliable magenta. My friend magenta. Honestly, this photo might look dope black and white. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I had to struggle so hard to get the white balance. And even, I'm still not, there's something about it I'm not happy with. So as per the rules, if you're not totally happy with what went down, black and white it. Yeah, and see, I don't know. It feels better overall, black and white, kind of moody and stuff, kind of fun. Let's get a vote. Black and white or color? How y'all feel? Actually, now that I'm looking at the color beside a black and white, it's actually not so bad. I recently shot photos for a friend who lost 70 pounds. Wow. I kept her in the shade as that produces the best light. She wanted direct light for a few. And some looked good, but she preferred the shaded. Exactly. And that's the thing too, like when I have my wedding couples, I do a lot of prep work with them beforehand so that they trust me, so that when we're at the wedding and everyone's like, let's take a photo over here, and it's in direct sunlight, and I'm like, nah, you don't want that. And the couple will be like, cool, John, thanks. And even if all their guests are like, let's take a photo here, they're like, John says it's not good, so we're not going to do it. And I'm like, thank you. Yeah, I actually like the color one. I did a great job. Great job, John. You white balanced it. Here goes Savannah again. Only feedback I have for this photo is because you're shooting down, it looks a little weird. But other than that, it's great. It's the angle, something about the angle of the photo. Magenta. There you go. These are great shots though. The only thing is these settings are all over the place. It probably was a bit dark, but 2000 ISO is a little too much. Which is why the photo looks all soft like that. Just because the grain. But other than that, it's a great shot. Do you shoot in shutter, aperture, or manual during wedding shoot? I shoot in manual. When I started, I was in aperture priority, but sometimes the camera would choose weird settings, and I would always get weird results because of it. So I ended up switching to manual. And it's something you just have to get used to. You start over time getting used to settings and the best way to set them, and probably like where they should be and things of that sort. Magenta, always. This would be great near the edge of the rails and hip shot for me. Yeah. Denmark in the house. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to get through some of these photos, but I don't know, y'all. Y'all gave me 100 extra photos. What kind of birthday gift is this? You're like, happy birthday. Here's a bunch of photos for you to edit, John. Have fun. I heard you like photos. So I added photos to your photos. Easier ways to learn using manual. It is, and you get used to it. I know it starts scary. Because again, I started with aperture priority, so I understand it. It's like, it's a lot. You're like at a wedding day, there's a bunch of stuff happening, you got to keep up with it, and you have to figure out what your camera needs to do. And so you're like, so many things, but it becomes second nature real quick. Like really quick. For once, there was too much magenta. Here's our before and after. It's a birthday edit stream, bro. You said you wanted to edit photos. How did you handle the pandemic? Mask, distance, sanitizer? What did you do? I mean, I just wore a mask and hoped for the best. That's all you could really do. There was nothing else to do. I remember it was like the heat of 2020, and I had a wedding in like July, and they were like at the wedding, and they just didn't, nobody cared. No one had masks on. The whole wedding was just like, forget everything. I was like, word, y'all? I was like, okay. As long as I don't die, I guess. Settings can be intimidating, so I understand. But as John said, it becomes sick. Yeah. And also too, like, so Here's the little breakdown tip. I'm gonna tell y'all how I do my manual settings. I think about each setting in a certain way, and certain settings don't move. And that's the thing. Don't confuse yourself trying to be like, I have to set every setting every time. Most of the time, most of your settings aren't moving. So you walk in a room, you see how light or dark it is, and the first setting that should be set is your ISO. That's, to me, ISO is like the foundation. I'm not gonna set that at all. So foundation is like, here's my ISO, here's around where I want it to be. It's not too high and it's not too low. I know it's in a place where I have enough light and it's gonna give me enough of a shutter speed. So shutter speed, or excuse me, ISO first. Then after that is aperture. But aperture for me is always a stylistic choice. So I'm always shooting wide open for the most part. That's mainly because I'm on a crop sensor and all my lenses are f2. So I don't need to shoot at like, you know, I don't have a lens that's like f1 and shoot wide open. But either way, my aperture tends to stay wide open. The only time I think to stop it down is if I'm like, I need this photo to be sharper because there's more people or they're further away from me. So ISO is first, it's my base. Aperture barely ever changes. I'm usually wide open. And then the thing that always changes often is shutter. And as long as I keep that above 200, unless I need more light, I'm fine. So you see what I'm saying? Manual's not that scary. Don't think you have to keep changing each setting. Most of your settings don't change. The only time that it starts really getting scary is when the lighting changes on the flash and you have to know what to do to compensate and without messing yourself out. But other than that, you should be fine. So I think there was off-camera flash. Oh yeah, there's a flash here. It feels too hot to me. It's like too much. Cause you see like, they're like overexposed, but if I like change the exposure to fit them, now everything else is gonna be dark. I feel like, especially if this was during the day, this could have been shot without a flash, or at least the power to this needed to come way down. Cause yeah, they're like overexposed if I want the whole shot to look like this. So I got exposed from them now, and now they're gonna look like, it's gonna just be a dark photo. Also, it was an overcast day. I feel like there didn't need to be flash on this. I shoot on my M50. It's literally horrible at low light, but I should have upped my f-stop. I didn't know that I was doing the losing was rough. I didn't know. Yeah, and see that, and that's exactly my point too. A lot of times it's not that the camera is bad at low light, you just have to know how to function within the low light. So again, and y'all already know, this is black and white. There's no question. For me, this is shot as an automatic black and white. And usually when I shoot these shots, I probably would have shot it a little bit tighter, but you can't see no one's face. It's mainly an, this is what's happening. And when I have these kind of this is what's happening shots, they're usually always black and white. I use the shutter speed as my exposure compensation in manual mode. I hate using aperture priority due to the camera picking weird slow shutter. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I'm doing too. I'm like, here's my ISO. I'm wide open, and then if I need to adjust, I change my shutter, and that's it. And at worst, if my shutter starts going too low, that's when I start raising my ISO. So really, you're only managing like 2 different settings. It's not like you're doing 50 different things every time. So again, it is hard when you start. I'm not trying to say like it's mad easy, what's wrong with you? But it's easier than you think it is. You just have to get used to doing it. There's our before and after, pretty straightforward here. This is the same wedding. She's backlit here. raise my shadows. And it's too warm, yeah. There we go. Center her up. I'm fine going till 3200 ISO, but for that I am well prepared that in my brain it's gonna be grainy. Yeah, exactly. Practice street photography and you'll learn settings in no time. Exactly, that's what I be telling people. People always think I'm crazy when I'm like, practice street photography for weddings. And they're like, what? It lets you learn the settings quickly. You have to be ready to catch a moment when it happens. Like everything about weddings in that sense, especially if you're photojournalistic, is very similar to street photography. Just want to say thank you. We know it's a lot of work on your end, but I think I can speak for everyone on this and say we appreciate it so much. Thank you all. I'm more dark and moody, but every time I watch your vid and live stream, I always end up going a little light. One of these days, I'm gonna make you a light and airy photographer. I guess I don't like to consider myself light and airy, but I pretty much am. Oh, nice. But see, like, these settings make sense because this is nighttime. So 2000 ISO because it was mad dark. 100 shutter speed because they were trying their best to get as much light as possible. So it all makes sense. This is probably black and white. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and do it. Just gonna go ahead and do it. Not even gonna. Not that far. And I love Forged in the North so much. I love their work so much, and I just never, my stuff never looked like that. Capture One is still a better handler of Fuji files, but Lightroom for me is way easier. Exactly. I mean, and again, I haven't really felt like Capture One changed my life at all when I did try to use it. So I've always been just kind of like, whatever. I know Lightroom in and out. I'm faster in Lightroom. Also, sometimes I feel like photographers, they kind of like, they get stuck in the things that don't really matter. Like, make a good photo. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be so concerned. Oh, gotta get my picture quality as best as possible. There's a time and place for that, but for the most part, for the majority of your work, you probably don't need it. So it's kind of just like, no one's gonna see it. Half the time nowadays, we all like put our photos digitally and stuff on Instagram. Ain't no one seeing. No one's, oh, you shot this at ISO 100. I can tell because there's no grain. No one cares. But the emotion in the shot will make a difference. That's why you got people out here doing photography with iPhones and like winning awards and stuff. This might be good in black and white too. What lens is this? Oh, I see. I think I like the color better actually. DxO, I've heard about that actually. I might have to check it out. How to gain more clients. It's hard. Do good work, show great photos, don't show too many photos. Make sure your brand is correct. Make sure your brand is clear and concise, and then advertise. That's really it. There's not an easy answer, unfortunately. A lot of times everyone's looking for like, yeah, you just put your left foot in, you put your left foot out, turn it all about, you get more color. You know, like there's no easy answer. So you see, I cranked up the magenta, but I turned down the warmth, and that kind of got the white balance a little bit where I wanted it. Cropped? Yep, you're right. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. These were cropped too. I see it now. It's like super thin. This makes more sense. I don't know why it was cropped like that. Ooh, look at that. Hold on. There it goes. You saw how bowed out that was? Fujifilm shooters are worried too much about worms. I use your exposure preset after export and it's way better. Exactly. Also, the worms aren't that bad. I get that Lightroom doesn't treat the Fuji. This is probably gonna be black and white because they're too underexposed. Like I would have to crank it way up here. But like, there's ways around the worms, you know what I mean? Lightroom worms are real, but only if you don't know how to handle the sharpness. Exactly. These are like the same photos. Deleted. Let's auto upright this. So this is another one of those things where like an 18mm here, you should have been a little bit closer to the couple. I do like the wideness of it, but you like miss the whole, you miss the everything. Like the cuteness of the photo is kind of taken away a bit. Oh, I see they're not centered. I was like, why are they? Ugh, what is happening here? Oh, there wasn't enough magenta. That's what happened. Now there's too much, but. Remember what I was saying about yellow? See how my preset just destroyed the yellow? So if you ever have a shot that needs yellow, like just keep in mind my preset will destroy your yellows. Uh-oh. My mouse is like freaking out. I wonder if that's my mouse or if it's the computer. I have this other mouse too. Uh-oh. Oh, now it wants to work. Okay. Strong bad reference. Yes, someone got it. Oh, nice. I think that's it. I think that's good. There's our before and after. If anything, I can drop the shadows back. Great job. Oh, is it missing magenta? This is black and white. Currently editing pics for a wedding and getting so many tips. Quick question, do you ever send pics to Photoshop to edit blemishes? Not really. But if I need to, I will, but a lot of times I do that in Lightroom. Strong backlit doesn't work for my taste unless we have some golden hour. Yeah, it's a dope shot, but I also, again, you already know I'm not a big off-camera flash shot photographer, so I just don't like the look of off-camera flash, but this is a great shot. This has, oh, it's a JPEG. I'm sorry. Deleted. Is this also a JPEG? Okay, no, it's not. Check out this product photography. That's one thing I don't do. Oh, it's cropped. I can see it now, y'all. And that pole is like not straight. And we'll just have to fill in the corners. Oh, this is yours. Awesome. This thing in the back is cool. Oh, light painting? Nice. So these highlights have to come up. Tone of my red, I think, is yeah, that gets it closer back to where it was. We did a photo shoot for his merch. Nice. I'm trying to, so see, if I were doing product stuff, I wouldn't use my preset. Only because like some of the color tones are different and I would be trying to keep the products looking how they do, you know what I'm saying? So like, I would probably just try to edit it. Just give it a little bit more contrast and stuff, but I wouldn't want the colors to change too much. Just use basic color correction. Yeah, exactly. For product stuff, it's like, you want it to look the way it does. So you start going in there, janking around colors too much. Is this back focused? It looks like it is. Yeah, that's always the worst. I hate when photos back focus. Your camera's like, I don't know what happened. And it misses the shot. And the shot's usable. Most people won't even know. It's only other photographers who will be like, oh, you missed the focus. Did you delete my photo? It was a raw file. It said JPEG. Yeah, it's definitely back focused. Did you choose not to do local edit on purpose? A Are we which photo are we talking about? Oh no! These are our before and after for color tones and such. That was the first, yeah. Couples will think it's a beautiful photo. Photographers will be like, back focused. A net file is a Nikon RAW file, correct. The file that I was looking at said JPEG. It said .jpeg on it. I can go look at my. People put PDFs in here. Like that's a JPEG, so when I find it, I gotta delete it. Let's do it by kind. This is a JPEG, so I gotta delete it. Yeah, this shot, this is a JPEG. Here's the file right here for your proof. JPEG. JPEG. It is not RAW. I know that NEF files are Nikon RAW files. I have edited quite a few photos from different camera bodies in my tenure as a wedding photographer. Oh, well, if that's not yours, then I didn't delete it. The only photo I deleted is the one that I showed. Okay, look. Let's calm down about photos, everybody. I'm going through in order. If it's a JPEG, it gets deleted, and everything is in is being sorted by capture time. So if I haven't gotten to your photo yet, I'll get there at some point. Like, is this a JPEG? Or is it just edited already? It's a DNG. Can I reset it? Okay. But yeah, these are supposed to be fun streams. So I just don't want everyone to get all like, where's my photo? Have you seen my photo yet? Did you edit it? Can you edit my photo right now? Can you? You know? Oops, I warmed it up by accident. Don't edit the PDF. I think it didn't. I don't think it imported. I'm kind of scared. Let me see if I can see this without, because I don't want to like preview it and then it's like there's all kinds of weird files. Like, this is what is this? Oh, someone sent me a little note. How fun. Thank you. Hey John, why don't you edit my my .x? Oh, yo, don't you hate that when like you're dealing with someone, you're like, hey, send me a photo. If you ever done customer service, like computer stuff, and you're like, can you send me a screenshot of what's happening on your end, and they send you a .x, and you're like, that's not a photo. I'm like struggling on this white balance, y'all. The balance between warmness and magenta is just not, it's not happening. This is a DNG, yeah. Wow. So this is what I was talking about with when you do adjustments like that. That's too much. It doesn't, they still need to blend in with how the lighting looks. So I get that they're backlit, but we don't want them to look that much different than the background. Hold on. Let me make a virtual copy. just so we can see what I would do with it. People demand their JPEGs edited or else. What's going? There's something weird going on with this photo. Was this off-camera flash? The white balance on them is like different from the background. There's actually way too much magenta for once. Is that adjustment still on there? How do you name your presets? I just came up with a name. I really try to like feel out like me and myself and kind of named it off of that. This stuff is just some randomness. This is before I turned it into natural feels. I'm just over there like gel on a flash. That's what it feels like, right? I thought they were super backlit, but now that I'm editing this, you're coming to mine soon. I submitted 2 of the same file in RAW and 1 in JPEG. Oh, cool. So I will show the JPEG and then I will delete it. Use the subject to select. I feel like I don't need to, especially if they were flashed, then they're fine, which is why I was able to like brighten up the whole thing, but the white balance just feels off. And I think, I don't know if she has like a spray tan on, but it feels way too orange and something feels off. It does look like a gel on the flash. Maybe that's what it is the flash was gelled, so everything, which is why the white balance feels all wonky. If you would have used subject select, you could have kept that lovely background without blasting it to ribbons. I don't mind it like this. But again, I do natural light photography, so like that's again one of those differences. Like I'm okay. Yeah, they must be gelled or something. Like I can't even white balance. Some skin colors are hard to edit. She has an artificial tan, that is true. I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious. John's more patient than me. When the white balance starts giving me pain. Click black and white. I would make the greens warmer. I like cool greens though. Wasn't a gel on it. That was auto fighting it. Huh. But yeah, like for me, this is too warm. I don't like if you've ever noticed, my edits tend to be cool. And again, when we're doing this stuff, this is not like, you know, everyone has their own approach and there's nothing wrong with that. I tend to have a cooler edit. That's just kind of where I sit. I mean, yeah, we can pull up the shadows on them a bit. But yeah, another big thing is that I don't generally shoot like this. Like a daytime shot like this, I would have not used the flash. So the look is very different than what I would be getting. You know, one thing I don't like about flash during daytime shoots, unless it's shot a certain way, is it gives it that like J.C. Penney, the background doesn't look real because the couple stands out so separately from the background. This was a hard one. My edit is bad. I'm just gonna be real with y'all. It's bad. My edit is bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and try and act like I'm better than something. So the photographer had this in black and white. It's probably gonna look cooler in black and white, but we'll do this anyway. We'll do a black and white version just because as well. I don't do natural, I use flash. If I had to do natural, look like my mind would go blank. Love this in color. Yeah, I like the color one too. JCPenney, you know what I'm talking about? Like the background is like a backdrop and it just looks fake. That's what flash photos tend to look like to me. Cause it separates the couple so much from the background that it's just like weird looking. I know photography is subjective, but if you don't have to use artificial light, I don't recommend it. Natural light is, yeah, and that's how I personally feel too. But again, like you said, it's all subjective, and there's nothing wrong. Like that, I hate when people get too like, you can't just respect the art and respect the like the skill it took. So when I say I don't like off-camera flash, I'm not being like, oh, you know, like as a photographer, you're doing a great job. Off-camera flash is it's like the scientific side of photography, and there's a whole different artistry to it as well. It takes a lot of skill. It's not easy. So I'm not just, I don't like off-camera flash. It's just not the style that I prefer to do. But you doing it was dope. What you did with it was dope, and I can respect it. You know what I'm saying? I hate how people have to be like, I don't like off-camera flash, so I don't like your photos. Okay. Let's calm down. Let's see what Otto wants to do. Not enough magenta. Actually, I take that back. It was fine. It needed more warmth than anything. It's my dad's birthday as well. Awesome. Birthday friends. 48 is mine. What are we on? 46? We getting there. Sometimes you just have to use a flash, but I definitely prefer some good natural light over flash. Yeah, and there are times where flash is absolutely necessary, but I'm always a fan. Like sometimes you can get by, it's fine. But again, to each their own. There's no right or wrong in my book. Hobbit Church. I use both. Whatever I need for the photography I'm looking for. Exactly. Natural that's the thing. That's one thing I hate. People act like someone who's doing natural light photography is like copping out. Natural light photography is hard too because you can't control it. When you're using artificial light, you can be like, I'm gonna put it here, I'm gonna put it here, I'm gonna put it here, and it's gonna do exactly what I want, and bam, there it is. Just how I wanted it to be. Natural light is like, okay, well, because the light's coming from this direction and some of it's bouncing off of this thing, and because of that, I need to put y'all here like this so that it works. So you have to really be a part of the light and know what's gonna look good. And that's a lot of, I feel like, misconception too, is people act like natural light photographers are just novices, which a lot of times they are because they don't take the time to really practice and learn things. But the really good natural light photographers are not just like, I have a camera, I don't like flash. Like, we know what we're doing with the light, you know? You can tell the difference from a natural light photographer who's just like, yay, pictures, versus one who's like, I'm doing this like this because I'm working with the light. No doubt you are at the mercy of the light. Yeah, exactly. Do what you enjoy and what makes you money. Exactly. If your stuff looks good and your clients are happy, who cares? That's how I feel about it. So again, I have, you know, my likes and dislikes for me personally, but other than that, you know, if you like to shoot like that and if your clients like you shooting like that, great, do it. Make your couples happy and get that money. And that's all that matters. Photography industry always all up in each other on some stupidness. How about we all just make this money? How about we have a good time and make this money? That sounds like a plan to me. How about we work together instead of, oh, someone was the second with me and they're gonna steal all my clientele. Okay, bro. I hate that so much. Oh, no one's gonna take my market share. Like you have that many couples. You're fine. You're okay. I like the plan. Yeah, exactly. You know, and if I second for you and you want me to shoot off camera flash, then I will. Because it's for you. I want to help you. Oh, I see. You had a JPEG. You're right. It probably did get deleted already. Oh, white balance. John, I'm like you. We love overcast days and natural light photography. Exactly. If we can drop that mentality in 2022, that'd be most excellent. Yeah, like all the time. If I get a couple who either doesn't gel with me or I'm just booked up or something, I'm gonna quick shoot you out to another photographer I know and be like, let's all get this money. Bro, I don't understand how so many photographers be so stingy about someone taking their couples when everybody gets married. Everybody gets married and then they get divorced and they get married again. So there's no way there's not enough work for everyone, but you gotta be like, new photographer in my area? Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to book any weddings. Well, that must be your problem, because you should be so good at wedding photography that people trying to knock your door down to book you. And if there's another new photographer in the area, it shouldn't matter because you're like the hot photographer in town and everybody come to you anyway. Like, you know, I never understood that. Like, oh no, they're gonna take my work. No. I get heated about that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like ranting. Here, let's compare this JPEG that I deleted. Cause they sent over the JPEG to see the difference on how they edited it. If I can, where are the JPEGs at? There they go. Oh, look, we almost got to the same place. Close. Oh, look. Look. Someone has more magenta than me for one. You out magented me. Because they want the client for everything. Like they act like these folks are married to you. Like I don't do family stuff, but my homie does. I passed him to the client. Exactly. So on this photo, the highlights look blown out. And I like that look. But if you were to print this, would there be any? No, like, yeah, it would look great. It would look great like that. Also to the highlight, look, I have my highlights turned all the way down. So like, yeah, it's a little bright. It's like a little bright. I could come back here maybe. You know, it was a bit hot. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I print my stuff all the time and the whites look fine. They just look super bright. I worry about charging too little. I hate feeling like undercutting people. I mean, undercut people. So again, I don't know. First off, there's enough work to go around. And if you're like under people, there's nothing wrong with that. Unless you're like purposely being like, I'm gonna be the cheapest photographer in the area just because And also on top of that, you're not even making enough money to like live your life. You know, like make sure you're also charging enough for yourself. But like if you're less than other photographers and you don't have the amount of experience they have, then that's fine. If you want to do a whole bunch of work, then that's fine. Some photographer, like I only want to take 10 weddings a year. So if you're cheaper than me, I'm not mad. I don't want them weddings, taking them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's fine. We all sit in different places. I could go on forever. People are the worst. We should all be helping each other out. The industry should all be helping each other out. How is NC? I want to get out of Florida. I've been looking to move there. NC's nice. I'm from here, so I guess a little biased, but it's nice. There's so much around here too. Each different area is like so different. Most of the time, if it's printed normally, the printer is darker. Exactly. Made him look fairer. It's just a brighter photo. Yours looked like it had a lot of contrast. I just had a call that they wanted 8 hours of work, but they're not willing to pay the package that covers that. Then I'd be like, bye. And I talk about that a lot. It's just like, you have to be okay with letting couples go. Well, I think that's my son. I think he woke up from nap time. Let me grab him real quick. All right, sorry about that. My son wakes up from nap and he's gotten used to like just coming into the office and being like, hello. Beautiful shot. Nice portrait. Again, yeah, it looks great. There's nothing to be done to this photo. There it is. Ta-da. If they don't pay for the package, show them the a la carte amount. If it's drastically different, they will see the value in the package. I mean, yeah, and sometimes I like talking about couples not booking certain things. I'll tell them why or why not they may need something, but just make sure they understand what they're missing out on if they don't get something. Also, too, if they take something out of a package, it shouldn't drastically change the package to the point where you're not making any money. That's the worst. My typical answer is, you see my work, these are the prices. For photographers messaging you, it's because they prefer your prices. If they enjoyed the other photographer's work and prices more, they'd be messaging the other. Oh, yeah, I hate when people hit you up and they're like, there's this other person charging less. Well, great, talk to them then. Don't try and come at me with someone else charges less. Okay. Why are you talking to me then? This ain't Best Buy. We don't price match. Another beautiful, clean shot. Y'all in here dropping your best work. I'm dying to get into second shooting in Raleigh area, but no one wants anyone with a little wedding experience. How do I get experience? If anything, offer to be a third photographer. Because a lot of times the thing is, especially like I'll take myself for example, right? If I'm getting a second, I need you to at least know how to shoot a wedding for the most part. You can't be like super new. I need you, because there's gonna be things that come up during the day that I'm gonna need you to do, and I'm gonna need to be able to be like, hey, can you do X, Y, Z? And I need to be able to trust that I can just leave you to do it and it would be fine. And if you're too new that you cannot do that, I can't use you as a second. However, if you were a third and all you're really doing is kind of like helping out in the background and taking a couple photos for yourself and whatever, that's fine. In that case, you know, you're probably gonna have to carry some stuff, but that may be what you need to do. And especially starting out, you might have to do a little bit of it for free. It's gonna be a little bit annoying, but you need to be like, hey, you know, I'm happy to be a third photographer and help you out. I'm pretty new, I just wanna learn. I'll carry stuff for you, I'll get you fresh water, I'll hold a light, I'll do whatever you need. Just let me hang out. I'll do it for free, I'll do it for cheap. $2, you know, like something. That's the best advice I have though, but don't expect to be a second. At this point in time, second photographing is not, it's not like an intern position anymore. Back in the day, it used to be an intern position where you could be totally green and do it. But now it's not anymore. So this is, okay. Here goes my argument again. And I don't know if this person was a second or not, but a lot of times, again, and we talked about this earlier, a lot of people get on me because they say my weddings are so staged because I staged all the shots and stuff. But this photo and most getting ready photos are the exact reason why I do this. Because first off, look, we got all this crap in the back. We got a Coke bottle and just crap. We got someone's book bag. We got whatever this plastic bag is reflecting in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? You got the videographer or somebody here over here taking up all this space. So the reason that this photo is probably composed like this is because the photographer didn't want to get all this crap in the photo. But that's not, you're creatively limiting yourself at this point, which is why everyone, oh, your photos are so staged. Yes, because when they're getting ready, especially, I want to know that I can take the shots I want to so that they look good. Not me making this weird composition because there's so much crap everywhere that it's the only choice I have. So again, staging doesn't mean everything is fake. It's like we said earlier, it's creating a photo. It's almost, think of it as still life. You don't just walk into a room and there's like pepperoni sitting on the thing and you're like, I'm gonna take a photo of it. Sometimes you do, but sometimes you have to sit there and be like, I'm gonna put this here, I'm gonna put that there, I'm gonna put this here, great, and take the photo. So like, that's what this shot screams to me. There was no control over the getting ready. It was just people putting clothes on and you happen to be in a room taking photos. Which is why the composition's wonky, there's stuff in the background. The videographer's on the other side of you. You know, when I do getting ready, because I stage everything, me and the videographer have our own space. No one's in each other's way. We both have great shots. We can push in when we need to. We can pull out when we need to. We get great photos. Not just, here I am in a room and you're getting ready and I don't want to bother you because I feel like I'm ruining the wedding day because I'm too hands-on. I used to be like that. That's why I go on so hard about it. I used to be like that. Oh no, I don't wanna bother the wedding day. And then I'd get Janko photos like this that, like, you know, it's sharp and it's great and it's cool and there's great but it's like way off to the side. This is not adding to the photo. It's just like dead space for no reason. I can't crop it in because there's not enough space to crop in. And if I do, it's just like, it's too close and I could go on forever. So it's a great shot, great job, but that's why you need to be hands-on. You have to tell people where they need to be. But yeah, this screams like second photography. This is a black and white shot. Cause it's just like, there's so much stuff everywhere. It's like fighting for space, which I hate that feeling. It's the worst. And again, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with staging it. The main reason we stage it, again, is so that we can get great shots. Like, again, if I go back to that wedding I did, it was my last wedding of the year, where I shot the GFX 100. I had 2 of them. And if we go back to these photos, which again, some of these are my second photographer's photos, but so you see, I came in here, you know, we have this beautiful area, we're taking shots. And so I pick a corner for her to get ready in and put her dress on, right? So I choose this area over here by this window. So there's a window off to the right. And that's where I'm like, hey, put your dress on here. So these are staged, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I get all the light looks how I want to. They're still reacting normally. I'm not like, hey, make sure you smile at each other and try and make it look real. No, this is her doing her thing. All I do was say, hey, this space looks good. Get ready in this space. And so like this is not ideal. She looked away from the light. This is ideal. I want her to look that direction. And when I staged her here, I said, you know, try to look out the window or face that direction. But because I'm not telling them exactly what to do all the time, there's gonna be stuff like this. And that's fine, because I'm only staging it to create the shot and the ambiance of the shot and the color and the lighting. And then other than that, they're legitimately doing what they're doing. This is not the best either because her back is facing the light, so she's blocking the light, causing shadow on her face. But it's genuine and it's what's actually happening. And at least they're in a spot that looks nice and clean and there's not stuff in the background, and you know what I'm saying? So when I stage it, when things aren't ideal for me, they still look good. When you don't stage it and something's not ideal, it's crap everywhere. And that's the big difference. That's what we want to get away from. We don't want to just be like, here's some people in the room getting ready and it just, everything is all over the place. You want to artistically make the thing and make it look good. This angling is hurting me. I just want it to be a little bit straighter. These are all great shots though. That's just the stuff I like hate on. Everyone's like, why is your stuff so staged? And it's because that's how you make photos good. You know, it's not just a photo, it's something I created. This would also be black and white. Just being a close-up like that. Oh, we got Durham in the house? I'm trying to move to Durham actually, for real though. Real talk though, that's the undercut boys. I mean, yeah, like people complaining that your stuff is too staged are the people who don't have good photos. I'm not here. And again, there's a style to photography. There are photographers who take just 1000% candid photos, and that's fine. But if you're trying to make more of an art form out of it, not just photos, you do have to have a little hands-on with the day. Like, that's just what it is. I haven't shot many weddings, but my first was free for a friend who had a 1-hour event. Gave me experience and they couldn't afford a photographer. Yeah, and okay, the biggest thing with shooting free is make sure it's your choice. I'm not the type of photographer to tell you like, hey, go shoot for free. However, if it's something that you want to do, that's fine. But if someone comes to you and you're like, hey, I'm new, can I shoot your wedding for free? Don't do that. Make them pay you something. Make them pay you $100, something, but not for free. Because that it's just gonna put you in a bad place to be shooting for free all the time. you shoot for free, make sure it's for people who aren't just trying to stand. Yeah, exactly. Like, you should never be trying to advertise yourself as a wedding photographer. Have someone come to you and be like, you look like you're new. Will you do it for free? No. Like, there's nothing wrong with like, when I shot for free, it was like a good friend of my wife's. Do you know what I'm saying? So I shot it for free. This is a nice flat lay. Especially working with what little you had. Great job. The only issue I have is that not everything is like flat. Agreed about not getting scammed. I was shooting a good friend's wedding. Yeah. Second shoot for low rage instead of shooting for free. Exactly. But yeah, don't shoot. If it's someone coming to you, don't shoot it for free. It has to be your choice. And it has to be worth it for you. Don't just do it because you think you have to. It needs to literally be like, you know, like I said, it was my second wedding. So my first wedding ever, it was only $500, but it wasn't even a full day. It was just like the ceremony and a tiny bit of reception. But my second wedding, I shot for free, but that's because it was for a good friend of my wife. So it made more sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a close friend type of person. So yeah, that's fine for me to shoot it for free. I get photos out of it. I get more practice, and she's a good friend of my wife. So it's like a wedding gift basically. But never shoot for someone for free just because they come to you like, hey, can you shoot for free? Again, even if you gotta charge them $500, something. Y'all saw that little touch of magenta in there? I love the texture in that flat lay. Yeah, that flat lay was nice. Personally, I figured 10 hours of shooting, carrying gear, plus editing what will be over 1,000 possible photos. I charged a few hundred for my first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like $500, $700 for your first wedding or something. As long as you at least know how to use your camera. Don't be in there like totally blind. Strong vetting, including passing up money, makes yours and your client's experience amazing. Exactly. If the couple's not for you, it's okay to say no, because trust me, you will run into headaches if you take weddings just because you need to take weddings because you want to make money. Don't just jump at the money. Do not just jump at the money. You will regret it. Here's our before and after. Beautiful, clean shot. I've never been a personal fan of the like over the head veil. When I do veil shots, I like the like flowing veil with the couple in it kind of shot. I think they translate a little bit better like this. And sometimes you have to do those over the veil shots because couples just want it or like it. But I think these kind of shots translate better. They're also a little bit easier to do because all you need, so I'm holding this side of it with my left hand, and then I have the videographer had to help me, but he's holding this other side of it, and I'm shooting with a 16 mil, I believe. So shooting super wide so that everything kind of like really flies and flows out. So these are cool and all, and a lot of people do them, but I feel like they just look like, look at us under the veil, you know? It doesn't really translate well, in my opinion. Don't be in there pressing the shutter and the flash is popping up. Let's see if auto will help that, and it did. And there's too much magenta and it's too warm. This might be a black and white because of the white balance. Tips on IG and simple social media marketing. I probably am the worst at Instagram, in all honesty. The only reason my Instagram looks like it's popping off is because y'all be going from YouTube over to Instagram, showing me love. That's literally the only reason. Yeah, yep, it's black and white. I knew it would be. What do y'all think? Color, black and white. Ballesteros killing it. Yeah. If you want Instagram help, Reggie is the person to go to. I mean, I go to Reggie for Instagram help. His Instagram's popping. And again, he grew it himself too. So he is at like 30K some last I looked on Instagram, but that was him. I'm at 24K on Instagram because of YouTube, and that's it. What have you recently learned about yourself? Wow. Over here asking these like therapy questions. I do a lot of self-reflecting all the time. So I'm fairly self-aware, so I feel like I haven't really learned a lot new about myself recently. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like very knowing of myself. So I don't know if I can answer that question correctly. Watching from we got Philippines in the house. We got a couple of y'all in here. This is a dope shot. This also might be black and white, but let's see. Because right now, because it's Sony, I am missing my magentas. Because yeah, like this is cool and all, but I feel like it's going to look better in black and white. I love this kind of like vintage feel it has going on too. What are you using to stream this live? So OBS is the program I'm using, but I have a cam link. So this is my X-T3 with the Fujifilm 33 f1.4 on it. You really rock. I'm grateful for this time you spend chatting and editing. Thank you. Yeah, I put a lot of love into my channel. Oh my goodness, y'all, we still got a bunch to go. Let's power through this. We're gonna do it. What's this? This is gonna be another 5-hour stream. It is. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Game time. Thanks for keeping up with this. Oh yeah. And again, I'm gonna try and do this like I'm gonna try my best to do it once a month. Like this is gonna be my thing once a month. Shot your pictures yesterday? Oh yeah, so they're gonna be like the last photos. What are your favorite presets for wedding? My preset. That's my favorite. I don't mean to sound any kind of way, but yeah, I don't jump from a lot of different presets. I use my preset. So everything you see here being edited is being edited with my preset, which I also sell as well. Oops. This is a good candid hug shot. This actually is gonna be black and white. You know that you're getting good at photography as far as event photography when you can catch these. Because unless they're embracing for a long time, which normally isn't always the case, it is sometimes, but that means you saw it. You were like, oh, they're about to hug, and you were like, yes, and you got the shot. Oh, nice. Is this a still from like a movie? Like you were shooting film? Video? This might be black and white as well. Javier over here giving me this hard work. He's like, I'm gonna join in on the stream and give him the hardest white balance situations in every one of my footage. I don't want to bring the shadows up too much because I like kind of how moody it is. Oh, this is what you were talking about, the concert photos. Yeah, these are the... I needed to test it. So here's our before and after of this. And then I'm going to make a black and white because... Also, too, like, really good concert shots in black and white are so... I love when I see a really good, like, concert photographer just killing black and white game. It's always like, yay! I'd be like, I wish I could shoot concerts. That's what I feel like every time. Oh. Thank you. I thought it was like you were shooting film, so I was like, wow, cool. It's a still from a video, but it's still a raw shot. Why did I even say, y'all, let's forget that I said that, okay? Can't have a raw photo from a still from a film shot. I mean, you might be able to. Color or black and white? How y'all feeling? Taking away saturation. My saturation's already minus 25. Black and white, always. Feels vintage. Yeah, the black and white is nice. Oh, cool. I like this composition. I really like the composition, actually. I'm gonna kick this highlights up. Oh, this might have to be black and white as well. There's like a... It's probably just the lighting that was like being shone on the stage. I want to send you an image to edit. I've already, we had our second batch of editing photos, so this is the last bit. So for now, all the photo submissions are done. So again, when we're talking about flash, this situation needed flash. Like, this is gonna be rough to edit because the background has light, but our subject is not lit at all. So I have two options. I can crank my exposure like that, or I can hope to God I can pull the shadows up enough. And it needed. Also, the skin tones are like bad because there was no light, which makes white balancing even harder. Whereas a flash would have at least helped the camera capture everything a little bit better. How do you know when to stop editing an image before you over edit? So that's what I was talking about before when someone asked me about, you know, do you do curve tones and all that stuff? That's why I don't do that. For that exact, that's a real thing, like over editing. So for me, I finally got my preset to a place where I liked it. I like this shot. This is great. I got my editing style to a place where I finally liked it, and I just stick to that now. I don't go any further than I need to go on things, and I just want the photo to look bright and exposed and correct, and that's it. And then I stop. But the biggest thing was getting my preset down. That's what helped me get to a place where I'm not over editing. This one would probably look good black and white too, actually. I love a good black and white, you know? A good black and white is just like so good. Oh, that's you? Yeah, this is a great shot. I love the angle too. And again, because you're shooting with such a wide lens, it really puts you there. Like you feel like you're on the ground with them. Like let's say this was like my brother or something in his family. So that's my niece. And I'm laying on the floor beside them while they're reading stories. That's what this feels like. I feel like I'm here in the photo. I mean, this is a good like commercial shot for like a JCPenney ad or something. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I could see this in like a magazine for something. Cause it really puts you in the situation so that you feel it. This is a nice shot as well. Oh, hold on, let me reset it. And then it's not warm enough. And it's not magenta enough. I love shots that bring you in and make you a part of it. Yeah, exactly. Barnes & Noble ad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a read more often with your family or something. Start before and after. That's me right there. Awesome. Great shot. This is cool. Yeah, one thing y'all submitted a whole bunch of wide shot. And I love how many wide lens photos are in this set of photos. Because I feel like people, or even when you're first starting with photography, shooting wide is like, and you know what it is, and everybody does it. When you first start kind of really understanding photography, the first thing every photographer does is try to get bokeh. You act like bokeh is like the end of the whole world. Like bokeh just like, well, my photos are so great. Look at the background. You know, like, and it's like, that doesn't really necessarily show that you're good, but everybody does it. I did it. That's the first barrier. It's like, how do I get those blurry backgrounds? That's the barrier of being a photographer. Once you pass that, now you have to go up the hard steps of like really being a photographer. But so because that whole like getting bokeh is like the entry point, everybody's like, I got a 3,000 millimeter lens and look at the background, and it's just melting butter everywhere, and you're like, well, the shot sucks. You know, the composition is like totally bad, but the background is whereas like this is so much cooler, so much more composition and feeling to it. There's so much happening. You know, things look cool, and you can tell when someone shoots wide, if the shot's good, they intentionally wanted it like that. You know? Whereas when you start, and again, that's not me hating. I was that person. That was me. You know? like look at the background. Took a photo of like nothing. There was a shot I had somewhere. I don't even know if I can find it. Oh no. Oh cool. And seeing then a nice close up. See, look at there. Look at that. But yeah, there's a shot I took of like a light pole because I was able to somehow get a little bit of bokeh out of it. So I was like, yeah, this looks great. And it was just like a picture, you know? Also too, I love, and that's why you shoot like this. Look at the variety in these shots. Same session, same model, everything, same whatever. Oh, hold on. This one's a little too much. But it's like the variety you can get from using different lenses. Oh, there's too much magenta too. What? Too much magenta? But it's like so cool having that much variety in a photo, not just like, I shoot with a 70 to 200 and I only have it ever at 200 and I stand 3,000 feet away from my subject and I blow out the background and the shot's only of their head and the top of the head is cut off, because I used to do that all the time as well. And you know what I mean? I'm a photographer. Love the photo, but I wish the rails were not in the way. It would be nice if there were no rails, but we all know there'll always be rails there. I'm about to get roasted. There's someone I follow on YouTube. He does like how to do YouTube type videos, and he roasts photos, and like his community actually enjoys it. Cause you like, by getting roasted, if you understand that the person's not hating, they're really trying to like help you learn. Getting roasted is actually very insightful. Like you can learn a lot. Again, my photos aren't like the greatest photos in the world too. So like, I'm happy to get roasted myself, honestly. So yeah, maybe we'll have a live stream like that, where y'all can send me JPEGs and I won't delete them, and I'll just roast your photos for like 2 to 3 hours, just roasting everyone's photos. Oh, this is black and white, hands down. No question. It makes me a better photographer. Exactly. And even if someone roasts your photos and there's things about it that you're like, well, this is my style and I think it's fine, you can still learn from it. Like, you should really listen to what they're saying, and even if you don't agree with it, take it as food for thought to really sit down. That's like that question earlier, like, what have you learned about yourself? Like, I take even if someone's giving me advice that I think is straight bull, I'm gonna sit with it and I'm gonna take it and I'm really gonna think about it and think about all the angles and the perspective of the person who gave me the advice. And even if I don't go with it, I can learn and understand more from what was said to me, not just be like, ha ha, whatever, I know what I'm doing. You know, like, you're not gonna get anywhere by being like that. You need to really be like, you know what, that was some good feedback. I don't agree with all of it, but maybe next time I do need to try this because what they said about whatever is true. You know, I don't think enough when I do whatever, so on and so forth, and you grow from there. There's a difference in someone giving you feedback and them obviously trashing your photo. Exactly. That's what, there's a lot of photography Facebook groups that I just hate. People just be in there like going in on your photo, and like, they're not even helping you. They're just like, this is crap. Why do you take photos? Is this a crop sensor? Oh my goodness, you can't shoot with that. And you're like, okay, that doesn't even help me. That's okay, thanks. Not even a friendly, like, I can see what you were going for, but you didn't do it, you know? Criticism always builds you, even if it's not something you might agree with. Exactly. There's always a takeaway, because there's always going to be a perspective that you don't have, and we all don't know everything. So to sit back and act like you know everything will make you a bad photographer in the first place. So to be able to hear the feedback and to think about it and still not agree with it, but take nuggets, that's someone who can grow. That's a real person who knows how to grow. Not like oh, your feedback was wrong and it was bad. Okay. You know, this one's black and white, I feel like. Just because you get that contrast between the couple and the waterfall in the back. But like, this is another one of those photos. So at 85, like, I can kind of tell that this is a waterfall, but I lose the point. Whereas if it was shot like this photo here with a super wide lens so that you can see up and really see the waterfall, it would have so much more of an impact. So for an 85, I would have rather have seen this like a close-up shot and seen both, you know, the couple, like, see their faces and have it like tighter like this and just have the background, and then have another shot that's like wider or something. But it is a cool shot. It's a cool little pose. Is it too late to submit one of it? It is. I'm sorry. We're actually pretty much at the end of the stream. You can, my voice, I don't know, y'all probably can't hear it. My voice is like, help me. What have you done? That was shot in, that was an airport at Singapore? How cool. Is this a product shot? Is this a ring shot? This is cool. I really like this. How it kind of cuts off. I almost like, I feel like it would have been a cooler composition if it was just this triangle down the middle. Can I rotate it any more than that? You get what I'm going for though? For the critique stream, you should accept one JPEG with the RAW to show how you'd edit it. Huh. That would be a good idea, actually. That would be cool. Or like, I would mainly do the critiques off of the JPEGs, but if for some reason the JPEG edit was like wonko, I could use the RAW and so I wouldn't edit every photo, but in times where it needed it, I could like show how I would edit it or something. That's a great idea, actually. That might have to be the next stream. I'm about to square crop this. It needs to be rotated more. Y'all get what I'm going for. So here's another case of settings. This should have been stopped way down, cause like even the words aren't totally in focus. And again, I do this all the time by accident. Do you shoot JPEG or RAW? I shoot RAW. However, Fujifilm files are so good, I've contemplated shooting JPEG. Yeah, this should have been stopped way down. 1.4 for a detail shot like this. Now, getting this blur on the background stuff is cool, but it should have been at least like F2 or something, so that this part right up here could be super crisp. No, you need to make money if they don't like your pricing. Oh wait, was there a pricing? Should you ever feel bad about your pricing? No, I'm about to hear. We about to hear. Where's my music? I'm gonna turn the music off. We're gonna have a heart to heart. We're gonna do it for real. This is how it works. I had a one-on-one with someone and they were asking me about pricing. So it's kind of the same question. Should you feel bad about your pricing, or how do you justify your pricing? You don't. You don't have to justify your pricing. You can you can charge whatever you want to. You can charge whatever you want to. Now, as a photographer, you need to be reasonable about your market and how much money is in your market. You need to be reasonable about your actual skill. Don't just be out there charging money because you want to get paid. If you are a new photographer, don't charge a whole bunch of money. But there's no justification to your prices. There's not. That's why I hate all these people are like, well, my camera costs $6,000, so I have to charge you $5,000 for your wedding. No. You're paying for my expertise. You're paying for my time. You're paying for the fact that I've done so many weddings that I know the pitfalls that we could have, and I'm trying to save you from those. You're paying for all of that stuff, and there is no justification. And until you get over that, you will never charge the prices that you want to. It's just that simple. And it's hard at first, trust me. Trust me, because every time I raise my prices, I feel the same way. But every time I've raised my prices, I've always been able to still book clients. So at first, it will feel impossible. You will be like, there's no way that someone's going to pay me this much money. But trust me, they will. If you have the branding and the portfolio for it, if your website looks good, if you know in your heart that you're putting in the work, then you will be able to book the stuff. And it is okay. It is fine. But that's the realest thing. You don't have to justify anything. Because if you really think about it, if you stop and sit down and think about businesses and stuff that we buy, they don't justify their prices either. You don't see them be like, well, we wanted to make sure that we priced the iPhone like this because we put in a new camera. No, they're like, this is the iPhone. It's dope, ain't it? You want to buy it? You gonna pay for it? And then they start doing stuff like, oh, we got like a credit card where now you can buy it and pay for it monthly. You want to get it? But they ain't changing their prices. They're not like, well, now that there's a credit card, it makes it easier for you. Maybe we should drop the price. No. And also, on top of that, every product you ever buy is marked up. So that's another thing that photographers be feeling bad about, where they're like, oh, you know, like it cost me 50 cents to print a photo, but you charge a couple $5. Oh, that's horrible. Bro, everything we buy is already written up like that. People be 10 times, 50 times the price of what it costs them to make it. Everything you buy is marked up. That's just how it works. So again, don't ever feel bad and don't justify it. And yes, you're going to get people, oh, why does it cost so much? Then find something cheaper. It's just, that's what it is. That is just what it is. That's how everything works. I can go to a car, I can go try and buy a Lambo. You know what I'm saying? And if I went in there and when I was like, why is a Lambo so expensive? They'd laugh in my face. Do you know what I'm saying? They'd be like, go get a Hyundai. And there's no justification. Well, Lamborghini's been around since who knows how long and the parts that we use. And that's a part of it. They're going to tell you the value of what they have. And so there's a difference. There's a difference between justifying your price and talking about the value. They seem the same when you're starting out, but they're two very different things. The value is like, how is this going to benefit my life? How is it going to be better for me? What am I, the customer, gaining from this thing? Value. Justification is you, the business, being like, well, I have to make sure that they want it because if I don't, then they're not going to buy it. No, we don't want to be there. We want to be like, this is my thing. My thing is good. You want my thing. You like it. This is why it's good, and this is what it will do for you. Oh, it's too expensive. Then it's not for you. Someone else will come and find it, and it will be for them. And it will be fine. But trust me, when you start, it is hard. It is the hardest thing to keep your prices somewhere that feels personally high for you and to be like, oh my God, no one's going to do it. But trust me, they will. Trust me. Like, I know, like, it's hard sometimes because it's like, I'm a guy on YouTube and look at her and people, oh, he's so out of touch with money. I started my weddings, like, I was way down at like $1,200 a wedding, $1,500. I charge like $7,000 a wedding now. Every time I raised my prices, every time, I was like, no one's going to book me. What am I going to do? Every time. And I'm talking about even the most recent time that I raised my prices. I still, even knowing it now, I still feel like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, there's no justification. Don't ever feel like you have to justify for anybody, but make sure that you are giving them value. That's the point. It's not, don't justify your prices, but show the value. And if you can't find the value, if you don't understand what the value is, then you need to go back to the drawing board and figure that out. And if the value isn't worth, then maybe you need to change your pricing. But at the end of the day, there's no justification to price at all. There's none. None. You can charge whatever you want to. You could wake up one morning and be like, I'm going to charge $1 million. Now, will someone book that? Probably not. But but you can. And you don't have to be like, well, because I own 5 cameras and they're all Fujifilm GFX 100Ss and I have every lens ever in creation. That's why you should pay me more. That's why I hate when those photographers make those lists. When someone's like, why does photography cost that much? Well, this is why. Because I have my gear, and because I have to pay for this, and because I have to pay for that, and because I have to, well, no, duh. But like, what is the value? Your customers shouldn't be asking you, why does it cost that much? Because if they know the value, they will pay for it. It's the same. I talk about it all the time. People will jump at a new iPhone quick. You know, your favorite artist like Beyonce or Jay-Z or somebody going on tour and you love it, you'll jump at it quick You won't look at the prices of the seats and be like, oh my God, why does it cost so much? Because you know why. Because you know the value. And we just have to get ourselves to that place in our businesses that we know the value, we know our brand, we know how to show the value in our brand, and then people should jump at it. The people who are like, why is it so expensive? They will go with someone else, and that is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You can refer them to those other photographers, and that's cool. And see, and that's what I'm saying. And then the photographer's like, you're bringing down the market. No, you're not, because I'm a $7,000 photographer, and you're a $1,500 photographer, and they want me, but they can't afford it. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna be like, well, I know another photographer who's pretty good who charges $1,500. That may work for you. Oh my God, was that so hard to do? Oh, it ruined the market. No, because my clients will come to me, and now I'm also helping someone else eat and feed their family, and we're all happy. You know, and it's good. Like, I don't understand why photographers can't be like that. Let me get off my high horse though. Let's finish this up. But yeah, you don't have to justify anything. Charge whatever you want to. Like, really. That was your daily dose of inspiration. I hope that inspired somebody to not be afraid of their prices. I do raise per mile, so sometimes I've raised 4 times. Yeah, and that's it. That's the kind of stuff you can do, you know? Like, if you're like, I want to book 10 weddings, you book 11, raise your prices. Now, don't raise it drastically, but, you know, keep just like, push, like, you can just slowly massage it up. You booked more than usual, raise it 500. You book more than that, raise it 500. And just like set something for yourself and just keep doing it, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. Nah, I want color for this one. And then also too, like, you know, if you're like, well, I feel bad because people are out here broke, well then be, you know, the affordable photographer. Make sure that it's okay for your business, but you can do that too. That's the same, oh, you're charging too cheap, you're bringing the market down. No, I want to be the affordable photographer. So all the couples that you don't want because you're trying to charge $5,000, I personally want to take them. And that's what I choose for my business. Cool. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody needs a photographer. That's what how you gonna be a $5,000 photographer complaining that other photographers are bringing down the market? Bro, if they're not trying to book you for $5,000, they weren't trying to book you for $5,000 in the first place. So it's not that people are bringing the market down. You just don't understand where you sit. There's a place for all of it. In today's sermon from Jumper. Okay, now I have to go, but that was real. See you later, Jesse. Thank you for hanging out in the stream. New channel for John, straight talk. Yeah, y'all, I still be worried when I raise my prices. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I'm so passionate about that stuff too, because I know it. Trust me, I know it. Especially, again, I'm the main income provider for my household. So if I raise my prices too much and I don't book, we don't have money. You know, so like, I'd be real worried when I raise my prices. Like, was that the right choice? I don't know if I should have done it. I don't know. I'm scared. See you next time, Magenta Crew. Thanks, Tim, for hanging out. Here's our before and after. I think I kicked those shadows up a little too high. Yeah. Beautiful shot. I would have liked to see this a little bit wider, personally. I'm trying to, there's a magenta. I'm gonna have it. It'll be like the temp and the tint sliders, but the magenta sliders like way up. Here's our before and after. Would you be down for an interview? Probably. Just let me know what it's for. Shoot me an email and we can chat about it. I will have to warn you, however, sometimes I'm slow to get back to you. So don't think that that's me ghosting you. I literally just take forever sometimes. Actually, I take forever most of the time. So here's another case. We've talked about this before. This camera looks like it can't handle high ISOs. This ISO is way too high. This is black and white. That's just what it is. Because it's kind of grainy and stuff, so it just gives it a film, more of a film look. Oh, good old 50 f1. 50 f1 is so good, y'all. I love this lens. Oh, wait. It's XT3. Beautiful shot. I think their expressions could have been a little bit better, or maybe even bring their heads a little bit closer, but my exposure is a little hot too. Will this stream be available after you end it? Yeah. Yeah, I usually leave all my streams up. Yeah, 50 f1 is hitting. Always. And so see, so it seems like the focus was missed when you first see this, but obviously the focus was on the ring. But usually, because I take shots like this all the time myself, I take this exact shot actually, but I usually do black and white it. Actually, let me see if I can find, I take this exact shot. I take it all the time. Let me see if I can find it. I don't even know if this session has one. This isn't it, but it's a cool little shot. This is a Brenizer with the GFX 100. But yeah, so this is the same idea. I take these kind of shots all the time, where it's like the ring and the couple together. Someone's got to clip that section where I turn off the music. Oh yeah, here goes another one. This one's not in black and white, but same idea. The ring in focus and everyone else out of focus. I take that shot all the time. I was trying to see if I had one that was closer to this exact shot, because I tend to do it just like this too, but I'm not finding one. Oh, here's the same idea again too. This is with the GFX 100S, so like the bokeh is like kind of crazy comparative, but y'all get the idea. It's literally the same shot basically. Do you shoot street? I do. I wish I lived back in New York like I used to, because street was much more fun there because there's so much happening. I don't do it much now because it's North Carolina and nothing's happening here. Yeah, she was inspiration for this first interracial couple. Oh, cool. Great job. Yeah, it can, especially if you're scared about skin tones and stuff, it can be a little scary, but you did great. Did you have another photo? Oh yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, great job. was actually too much magenta for once. Great shot. And see, like, you didn't underexpose too much, which is good, because that's, again, when you have differing skin tones like that, if you underexpose too much, you lose the darker skin. So this is the good, nice, kind of even area for skin tones as far as like your exposure. Thanks, John. Much appreciated for your advice. P.S. My surname is John. John's in the house. Wait, your surname is John? I don't know anyone with the surname John. Clip it and post it to your pricing page so you can chase away anyone trying to knock you down. How was my exposure? Yeah, the exposure was good. I think it's a little underexposed, but it's not bad. Also, his skin is not super dark, so you were in a pretty safe spot. But yeah, I think it was good. I think it was a nice even place. Because I don't know if you saw when I edited it. But if I can just raise the exposure like that and I'm not worrying about blowing one person out or the other person being too dark, then your exposure was good. Oh, nice. This is feeling like it should be black and white, but is this new? No, that's not New Jersey. Dehaze and ruin the whole photo. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, I don't miss black and white. This is black and white. Go see too. So here, let me show y'all what an edit looks. So after I edit a photo, right? So I like where this is for the most part. So what I generally do is I export, because remember, I don't do any sharpening inside of Lightroom. So I export. This goes in my, oh wait, I don't even have a 2022 folder yet. I don't. 2022. YouTube. Live stream. So many folders. January. Okay, so I export it. And then I have it sharpened for screen on the output. I use JPEG Mini just to make the file smaller, which if y'all don't know about JPEG Mini, get on that. But then it's gonna open up in exposure 7, and that's where I do my sharpening, is I do it on the JPEG stage. Oh, your photo was the one with the F1? Nice, that was a great shot. So here we are in exposure now. So here's my photo, exported with a little bit of screen sharpening, but this is where the exposure sharpening and grain preset that I sell comes from. So this is just my whole process. I have one here specifically for black and whites that's super grainy, and you see how it kicks in a little bit of extra contrast as well. So that's what I usually add to my photo to get the final look. And I don't know how well y'all can see it on your end, but you know, it's super grainy. It's much sharper. Also too, like you see the focus on her face was kind of missed. Focus, like this stuff is in focus. It's kind of forward focused, like on her arm. So the black and white works for this too, because it gives it that film look. It's kind of soft. So I can hit the before and you see it's just kind of flat, and this is the after with all the grain and that little bit of extra contrast. And that's how I get my final photo. Look at that contrast kick. Boom. And that's my whole process. Then I save it. And so that's how I do my sharpening. That's how I dodge the worms, is I don't do any sharpening in Lightroom. Oh, this is from the same thing. This is a cool set. Because of the flare from like just the sun, I feel like all of these should be black and white. There's like no question. Color is just not, it's not gonna hit right. This one though might. It's just so green. But if I add magenta, it like ruins the photo. Greetings from Long Beach, New York. Love your channel. Thank you for all you do for us. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Yeah, I like how much this looks kind of like film. Oh, there's a whole set. Any 5 stars? I can't remember if I chose any 5 stars yet. This might be a part of some of them though. Let me sync these settings and see what this looks like. Yeah, so I'm usually a magenta person, but this photo feels like it wants to be greener. Which also gives it that film-esque look. Hey lad, hope you're doing okay. How do you compare a photo to the original? I don't know the key command for it, but there's a this little Y to Y. You have to be in develop mode. That's how you get the before and after. I almost want to hear. Let's test it. I'm gonna export all these real quick. Yeah, this is a dope set. I love these ones that are kind of like the focus is off a little bit and it's soft. This one is not soft, but it just doesn't. So I'm gonna export all these. And normally I wouldn't put my black and white. I have a sharpening and grain for specifically my black and whites, but I think those color photos, just because they have almost a vintage look to them, would look good with some like really heavy grain on them. For some reason I don't have Y to Y. Are you inside of develop? You have to be in the develop mode to see it. So here we go. So we did this one already. Here's my sharpening and green. Again, it's for black and white, so it's super grainy. That's how I like my black and whites. I generally don't do it on color, but yeah. That's good. Oh my goodness. I love that's the main reason I ever even started using exposure is the grain inside of exposure looks so good. I actually like this. This is probably going to be a 5-star. I like this one a lot. Especially with that grain on it too. So good. John, do you mess with Lightroom Mobile? I do. I was like on this whole kick of using the iPad only for a hot minute. So yeah, I'm a iPad mobile like aficionado for the most part. There's some stuff it's still missing, which is unfortunate, but other than that, it's great. Happy birthday, Doctor. Thanks. Thank you so much. Growing in age, growing in knowledge. Here's our before and after. Oh, we needed more magenta. How can I forget? Here's a cutie little photo. She said that cake was good. Hold on, I don't want to do that. John, what's exposure 7 for? This is the first time I'm seeing this software. It's another editing software. So basically, technically, it's ooh. Y'all, I love a wide shot. I'm saying, people need to shoot wide more often. This is black and white, definitely, but let's do it in color. It's another editing program like Lightroom or Luminar or Capture One or anything. But I personally always heard about it because the grain in it is probably some of the best looking grain. Capture One's grain is really good too. But yeah, the grain in Lightroom is trash. The grain in Lightroom looks horrible. It just looks bad. It doesn't look like, you know, that like, you know, when you shoot with real film, if I could talk, when you shoot with real film and it just has this like, it just has this, like, exposure feels like that same kind of grain. And it just feels so good. So that's why I use exposure. So because Fujifilm people deal with the whole worms and whatever inside of Lightroom, I do my sharpening on the JPEG stage after I've already exported my photos. Moved from Fujifilm to Sony today. Gonna really miss the JPEGs from it. Why'd you leave? I don't know who shot this, but amazing. Yeah, this is a dope shot. This is so good. I actually do like the color better. I thought I would like it in black and white, but I was wrong. Yeah, that was 11 millimeter. You want to talk about wide? And see, they stopped down because at that wide, you're not going to get bokeh. So why are you shooting wide open unless you need the light? Oh yeah, this is the other JPEG. I'll show it real quick. Sorry though. Y'all know what happens. Delete it. Let's auto and see if it, oh no, oh no. Some people are sharing picture profile settings to tweak the feel of the JPEG, huh? So what I'm gonna do here, because I don't mind the background where it is, I'm actually gonna subject select and we'll just warm them up. Because obviously the skin tones are just wrong. So yeah, get their skin tones back where we want it. Maybe warm up the whole picture just a little bit. Cool them down a tad. Here's our before and after. I could probably warm up a little bit more too. John, just discovered your channel. Good stuff. B&H has MagSphere kit for $189. Discounted. Ooh. Y'all need to go get yourself a MagSphere. You talking about the kit? The MagMod basic kit? Y'all need to get on that. Hey John, I submitted my photo around 10 a.m. Will it be edited in this live? Yes, it probably has already been edited at this point. Do you use off-camera flash? I do, but not often. I don't prefer the look of off-camera flash, so I only do it when I need to. So, okay, yeah. I was like, what happened? These photos are, so hold on. These are about the same, so I'm gonna delete this one. And then we'll rotate these real quick. How does the whole submitting a photo work? So generally on my Instagram and sometimes on YouTube, but YouTube is not good about getting messages out. It's actually the worst. But on my Instagram, I'll post that there's going to be a new live stream, which I try to do these monthly. If you if you keep an eye on the channel too, I usually schedule these out. So if you see it scheduled and you go to the video before it's time for the stream, you'll see a link in the description as well. But you find my post and you'll see a link there and you can submit the photo. It's usually before the stream. This time, because absolutely no one actually submitted photos, it was only like 30 or 40 photos. I took more submissions during the stream, but I generally don't do that. So basically just keep an eye on my Instagram, keep an eye on the YouTube channel to see if there's a new scheduled live stream, and that's how you submit your photos. Submit 1 to 2 raw files, only raw, and then we'll go from there. Also, when you look to see if there was a new stream scheduled, pay attention to the title of what the stream is, because that might change what and how I'm editing. So like if we do a roast my photos or like a photo critique, then I'll want JPEGs for that. Or maybe a JPEG and a RAW. So yeah, and that's how you submit. It's usually just before the stream. Happy birthday, thank you! Sorry, you may have already answered this. Which camera are you using to live stream? This is the Fujifilm X-T3 with the 33 f1.4, which is their newer lens. Here come our last couple of photos. Submitting a photo sounds great. We'll def try to do next time. Yeah, and also too, like I leave these live streams up on my channel too. So if for some reason you missed a live stream, you can always come back and watch. Obviously, you'll have to watch like the majority of the live stream, but you know, it'll be up there so you can go back and try and find it. Streaming on an X-T3. Wow, it looks like so crisp, so crispy. So again, when I do weddings, this is what I do. These are all in the same scene. The lighting's the same, so we're just gonna synchronize the settings. And the rest of these should look good, but I usually go back and check them. Also, if you want to speed up your editing and you're curious about how to like do that, as far as syncing the settings, when you sync, you'll see all these options come up. So you just want to make sure that all the ones that you want to go to the other photos are turned on. And that's pretty much it. Great shots. This one's nice. Is it soft? No, it's good. Good stuff. We did it, y'all. We did it. I need to get a sound effect generator and get like a cheer. Everyone's, yeah! Yeah! I did it! Let's see what we got our 5 stars. These were the 5 stars for this round. I'm gonna export these and I'll let y'all see what the final edit looks like. Is editing on a Mac really better than a PC? So Adobe products are half and half. So I don't think it necessarily is better. I like Mac OS in general more than Windows, which is why I choose to edit mainly on Mac OS. But I've had both Windows and Mac OS and they're both fine. John, thank you so much for your critique, your kind words, and editing your photos. I've got to run. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. Thanks for submitting too. Can you share details about your computer, RAM, etc.? I think I heard you mention some Apple knockoff. So yeah, I used to have a Hackintosh, but I actually stopped. So right now I'm on a MacBook Pro. Let me about this Mac real quick. So let's see. So yeah, I'm on Mac OS Monterey. This machine right now is the M1 Max with 64 gigs of RAM. Oh God, my voice. But I was using a Hackintosh, which was an Intel i9 9900K. So it's a PC, but I put Mac OS on it. Thank you, Justin Kim Photo, for that super chat. Thank you for the 5-star. Yeah, it's good stuff. Wait, which photo was yours? Let's see. Oh, this dope 11mm shot, so good. So yeah, basically, if your information is on these shots, or if y'all are still in the stream, drop your Instagrams real quick. Justin Kim Photo. Let me what's your Instagram? Because again, like I said, if y'all are fine with it, I'm gonna try and use some of these for the thumbnail for my next live stream, and I'll credit you and link your Instagram in the thumbnail, or the, not the thumbnail, in the description of the photo. I gotta see if I have information for everyone else. Oh yeah, most of their names are in there, so I should be able to find y'all. Sam's in here. Which one was yours? Happy birthday, such an inspiration. Thank you so much. Do you back up your raw files after editing a wedding? Yes, I back them up before I even start editing. I have like hard drives on hard drives and network attached servers and stuff like that. Justin Kim Photo. Cool. Okay, so let's look at this export process, and then I'm gonna hop out of here, drink some tea. Since I threw my voice out. Yes, my presets are available. You can check them out here, if that wants to work. I'm gonna head. Thanks so much for the presets. Really helped me on my first wedding. Awesome. Glad to hear that. So let's go ahead and we're gonna export these. I'm gonna put it in a subfolder called selects. And same thing, I'm exporting them full resolution, 300 ppi, a little bit of screen sharpening, and we're gonna open an exposure, and that's where I'll add my grain and sharpening. Happy birthday, thank you so much. Hey, would you do a stream for website reviews? Oh yeah, definitely. You go beyond camera techniques and more into biz. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely, again, since I'm gonna try and do these streams once a month for the whole year, I'm not just gonna only do editing your photos. I like to have some variety in there as well. So here's my sharpening and grain on this one. And you see, it's very minimal, but it makes the photo super crispy, and the grain is just like a little touch of grain. And that's how I usually finish up my photos. This is always my last step. Ugh, so good. I love this, it's so good. This one got the black and white grain on it because it just worked for the feel of the photo. Exposure is the secret sauce. Yeah, it really is like that last little oomph on the photo. Also too, like, I can do stuff in exposure. I don't do it often, but like, if I want to add like a fake, hold on. If I want to add like a fake tilt shift. Oh, that's right. I don't have my, that's fine. You can do traditional lenses. I had a preset for this and now it's like gone. So I'm like, where's the, oh, the amount of blur? Yeah. So this is giving it a fake like tilt shift look. So just a little bit of extra fake blur on the top and bottom to really like, especially with wide shots. Yeah, and that's how I would finalize my photos, and then I'd save it from there and they'd be all done. Love from India, thank you so much. You should make a video going over setting up white balance on location. I normally don't do that. You just talking like shooting in Kelvin. I just bought a lantern. Nice. What software is that? It's called Exposure. It used to be called Alien Skin Exposure, but now it's not. So the one I'm using is Exposure X7 specifically. How do you personally use the tone curve? I don't. I use it just a little bit, but not on every photo. I don't really edit with it. Wow, that looks great. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, especially for a shot that's this wide, adding that little bit of extra blur really fits the photo. You can't do that to every photo. People do it on some photos and it looks stupid, but for like a super wide shot, it gives that like miniature look. Even I could turn the blur up some more. Maybe a little drastic, but also the placement of it needs to. So yeah, I normally don't do that on photos all the time. It's like rare when I do it, but it's kind of cool. Following for 1 year, thank you so much. To avoid yellow pixels, well, that stuff can all be fixed in post if you're shooting in RAW. But if you're not shooting in RAW, then you'll have to do it using white balance. But yeah, so I'm gonna save these. Those are our money shots for this live stream. And again, I'll get in contact with you all if I want to use the photo for a thumbnail, if you're okay with me doing that. And if not, then I'll just use one of my own photos. But thank you for hanging out on the stream. I hope you all enjoyed it and learned a little bit. Thank you all for submitting. Thank you for all the super chats and all of the birthday love. And again, hang out for the channel for more wedding photography stuff and more business stuff. Honestly, it's fun. Live streams are fun. So I'm hoping to definitely do this for the rest of the year. So make sure to not miss it. And I will catch you all next time.